You're surrounded by it every day. What feels real, what looks certain, what sounds true, the coffee cup in your hand, the name on your driver's license, the sound of your voice when you speak. These things seem obvious. They don't require explanation. They feel like anchors in a world of swirling uncertainty. But what if I told you that the most obvious things in your life, the things you assume are solid, clear, and unquestionable, are the ones most likely to be illusions? It's strange, isn't it? You trust the ground beneath your feet. You trust your memories. You trust that when you wake up tomorrow, the same face will stare back at you in the mirror. But have you ever stopped and really questioned that trust? Not in a fleeting, casual way, but as if everything depended on it. Because in some ways, it does. Take your name, for example. You didn't choose it. It was given to you, assigned before you had the ability to question or refuse, and yet you've carried it your whole life as though it's part of your very essence. You answer to it, sign it, speak it with pride or shame depending on the moment. But what is it, really? Just a sound? Just a symbol strung together by letters? If someone called you by another name your whole life, who would you be now? Now think about the physical world. That cup, that tree, that wall. You believe they're solid, stable, objects you can rely on. But physics has shown us something deeply unsettling. The closer we look at matter, the more it dissolves. Zoom in far enough and what you find is not solidity but space. Vast, infinite space between flickering particles that behave more like probability clouds than fixed points. The cup in your hand is, by all scientific accounts, mostly emptiness. The atoms that make it up are not really touching each other. And the same is true for your body. So what are you really holding? What if solidity is just a sensation? A convenient illusion offered to you by your nervous system so you can function without being paralyzed by uncertainty. Your skin touches the cup, your brain fires a signal, and you declare this is real, but you've never truly touched anything. Your atoms repel other atoms. The contact is never contact at all. It's electrical refusal, and still we call it real. But there's more. The obvious is deceptive not only because it tricks your senses, but because it silences your curiosity. You stop asking questions when something feels certain. You stop looking deeper when something appears to make sense. It's in the obvious where your inquiry dies, and that is where truth hides, in the places you no longer think to search. You might say, I know who I am. I know my values. I know what I believe. But every belief you hold was formed in a context, a culture, a family, a moment in time. You didn't create these beliefs from nothing. They were inherited, absorbed, repeated until they felt like your own. They became obvious. So obvious you stopped examining them. But what if they were never yours to begin with? There's a quiet danger in the obvious. It lulls you to sleep. It tells you that reality is simple, direct, as clear as daylight. But daylight itself is an illusion. What you call white light is actually a spectrum of frequencies, colors your eyes can't fully perceive. Your brain edits reality constantly to keep you safe, sane, and efficient. It ignores most of what's around you. It fills in gaps with best guesses. You see what it predicts, not what truly is. You don't see the raw world, you see the world interpreted, filtered, narrated by a mind trying to protect its version of truth. Imagine you're in a room with a flickering candle. The light it casts dances on the wall, creating shadows that twist and ripple with every breath of wind. You can stare at the shadows and mistake them for the real thing. But the candle is behind you. The flame, unseen, is what gives birth to everything you observe. This is the story of your mind. You look at the wall. You trust the shadows. You rarely turn around to see what's making them. And why would you? The shadows are obvious. The flame is not. This is how illusion works. It doesn't appear as something strange or magical. It appears as the everyday, the normal, the expected. It hides in plain sight. You don't question it because it feels safe, it lets you function. And yet by trusting it blindly, you risk mistaking a tiny fragment of truth for the whole universe. Even your emotions can deceive. You say, I feel this, so it must be true. But have you noticed how quickly feelings change? How they're influenced by hunger, sleep, memories, the weather? You might feel certain one moment and lost the next. If your feelings shift so easily, can they really be the foundation of what's real? And then there's memory. The great deceiver. You believe your memories are records, honest accounts. But memory is reconstruction, not replay. Every time you recall an event, your brain subtly alters it. Over time, your past becomes a story you're telling yourself, not an archive you're retrieving. The more confident you are in a memory, the more likely it's been reshaped. And yet, you trust it. Why? Because it feels obvious. So you begin to see a pattern. The obvious isn't obvious at all. It's a carefully curated facade, a stitched-together experience woven by biology, culture, and cognition to keep you from spinning into existential chaos. But in its safety, you lose something precious: your ability to wonder. What happens when you let go of the obvious? You begin to see the world differently. You stop taking things for granted. A simple object becomes a mystery. A word becomes a question. A belief becomes a door. And the world, which once felt like a closed book, begins to open again. You realize how much you've missed by assuming too much. You feel the gravity of your unknowing, and strangely you begin to feel free. Because when nothing is obvious, everything becomes possible. So the next time you catch yourself saying, "That's just how it is," pause. Ask yourself, is it? Or is that just how you've been taught to see it? What lies beneath the surface of certainty? What if the most real things are the ones you've overlooked? Maybe the most dangerous illusions aren't the fantasies, the dreams, the deceptions. Maybe the real danger lies in what feels so true you never think to question it. That is the illusion of the obvious, and you've been living in it all along. You live inside them, though you rarely notice. They're all around you, surrounding every breath, shaping every future. They don't knock on your door. They don't announce their presence. They simply are. Massive, slow-moving, invisible giants, so vast in time and space that your mind can barely hold them. You might think of climate change as a problem. You might think of plastic as pollution. You might hear the words nuclear waste and imagine barrels buried deep underground. But these aren't just environmental issues. They are something else entirely. They are hyper-objects. A hyper-object isn't just big. It's beyond big. It defies the limits of your perception. You can't point to one and say, there it is. You can't touch it like a tree or see it like a cloud. It doesn't fit inside your usual understanding of reality. A hyper-object stretches across space, across time, across minds. It's everywhere, always, and yet somehow nowhere you can name. You breathe it, but you don't see it. You walk through it, but you don't feel it. You exist within its shadow and only sometimes catch a glimpse. Climate change is a hyper-object. You don't see it the way you see a thunderstorm. You can't step outside and say, there's the climate changing. But you feel its breath in rising oceans, burning forests, vanished species. You hear its voice in news reports and scientific graphs, yet even those are approximations. You never meet it face to face. It hides in the background, shaping the foreground. It exists not in one place but in all places. It's not a weather event, it's the ghost behind every weather event. You might try to understand it with models and charts, but no diagram can capture its full scale. You might talk about degrees and carbon parts per million, but those are whispers about a being so massive it stretches across generations. You didn't start it, and you won't see it end. It moves in geological time while you live in human time. And still, it's here, right now. In the drought in your garden, in the flood down your street, in the fear you feel when the seasons don't act the way they used to. Nuclear waste is another. You can seal it in steel, bury it in mountains, forget about it with laws and fences. But it doesn't go away. It lingers for tens of thousands of years. longer than any civilization has ever lasted. Long after your language dies, after your buildings collapse, after your history is forgotten, it will still be there, glowing softly in silence. It's not just dangerous, it's permanent. It lives beyond the human scale. It whispers to unborn children. It carves its name in time. And plastic. Simple, disposable plastic. You use it for minutes, but it lasts for centuries. The straw in your drink, the wrapper on your snack, the synthetic threads in your shirt. They don't vanish when you throw them away. There is no away. They drift, they pile, they break into pieces so small you can't see them, but you can eat them, breathe them, absorb them into your blood. They enter fish, birds, your own cells. They become part of your body. You don't just live in a world with plastic, you live in a plastic world. A world where the material you made now remakes you. Hyperobjects don't care about your borders, your politics, your disbelief. They're not waiting for your permission to exist. They are indifferent to your timelines and your deadlines. They exist on their own terms. You can deny them, argue about them, ignore them, but they continue. They seep into the oceans, into the atmosphere, into your skin. And you? You're entangled with them whether you accept it or not. The terrifying truth is, you made them. Not you personally, perhaps, but your species, your ancestors, your systems, your inventions, your hunger for progress, your engines, your factories, your convenience. Through centuries of action and inaction, you summoned them. You conjured forces larger than comprehension, and now they won't leave. You live in a haunted world, not haunted by ghosts of the past, but by consequences too large to name. What makes hyperobjects so unsettling is not just their size, it's their intimacy. They're in the weather you complain about, the food you eat, the water you drink. They're inside your bloodstream, your breath, your bones. You try to live a normal life, go to work, watch a show, buy some groceries, but in the background, the hyperobjects hum. You feel them in strange anxieties, in rising temperatures, in unexplainable grief. You might not always know why you feel off, but somewhere, deep down, you know something enormous is pressing against you. And yet, because they are so massive, you look away. It's too much to hold. Thinking about them feels like staring into the sun. You flinch. You return to distraction, to routine, to comfort. You tell yourself someone else will handle it. You tell yourself it's not that bad. But denial doesn't make them disappear. It only makes them invisible again. And invisible things are the most dangerous. There's a strange paradox here. The more a thing matters, the less it seems to fit into your everyday perception. The more impact it has, the harder it is to see. That's the curse of the hyperobject. It is profoundly real and yet elusively intangible. You can't grab hold of it. You can only realize slowly that you're already inside it. So what do you do with this knowledge? You start by noticing. You start by admitting what's too big to understand still shapes your life. You stop pretending that only what's visible is real. You acknowledge that some truths don't fit in language or news cycles. Some truths stretch across centuries and continents. They don't ask for your attention, they demand your transformation. Hyperobjects force a kind of humility. They remind you that you're not the center of the universe, that your timeline is not the only one, that your comforts may come at a cost too big to calculate. They ask you to think bigger, feel deeper, care longer. And still, they are not evil, they are not monsters, they are not punishing you. They simply exist, like gravity, like entropy, like time. They are reminders of your reach, of your impact, of your connection to everything else. They say, you are powerful enough to shape the future, whether you mean to or not. So when you next feel overwhelmed by the world, when the air feels heavier, the news feels darker, the future feels uncertain, know that part of what you're feeling may be the weight of a hyperobject, not as fear, but as truth. And with truth comes the power to see clearly, to choose wisely, and perhaps to change course. Because while you live inside the hyperobjects, they also live inside you. and what you do next matters more than you think. You look around and see things, tables, trees, your reflection in the glass, the phone in your hand. You point to them, you give them names, you trust that they're real because they seem so undeniably there. But what if they're not? What if every object, every person, every shape you interact with is just a useful hallucination, a mental shortcut to help your limited brain survive a chaotic universe? What if nothing truly exists the way you think it does? Not even you? This is the eerie whisper of mereological nihilism, the idea that composite objects, things made up of parts, don't actually exist. The chair you're sitting on? It's not a chair. It's a cluster of molecules, of atoms, of quarks, none of which by themselves are a chair. You only call it that because your mind is trained to recognize patterns. You see a surface with legs and you say, that's a chair. But is it? If you remove one leg, it's still a chair. Remove two, maybe it becomes something else. Remove all of them, and eventually it becomes a pile of wood and screws. So when exactly did it stop being a chair? Or was it never one to begin with? Mereological nihilism tells you that there are no such things as objects. There are only the tiniest building blocks of matter arranged, scattered, suspended in space. What you call a thing is just a convenient story told about a particular arrangement of parts. But the story isn't the truth. It's a mask. A mask so convincing you've spent your whole life believing it was the face. Now, apply that same lens to yourself. You say I exist as if it's obvious, but where is the I? Is it your body, your thoughts, your memories? If you lose your arm, are you less you? If your memories fade, do you disappear? If your personality changes, what part of you remains? You are not one thing. You are a process, a collection, a swirling arrangement of flesh and feeling and thought that temporarily calls itself a person, but beneath the story of you, there is no solid object to grasp. There is no indivisible essence you can point to and say, this is me. You are not a thing. You are an illusion of cohesion. Your body is made up of trillions of cells, each with their own purpose, their own lifespan, their own death. Your skin replaces itself. Your blood cycles, your neurons fire and fade. Every 7 to 10 years, almost every cell in your body has been replaced. The self you were is gone, but the label remains. And still you say, I am the same. But the same is just a name you gave to an ever-changing storm. Think of a sand castle on the beach. For a moment, it has shape. It has meaning. You say, look, a castle. But the tide comes, the wind blows, the grains drift, and the castle disappears. Yet the sand was always just sand. It never became anything else. The castle only existed in your mind, as a pattern briefly perceived, not as a real object. So too with you. And yet, you cling to the idea of the self. You need it. Your mind craves simplicity, stability, certainty. You want to believe that there's a real you at the center of all of this. Someone who decides, who feels, who carries the past like a backpack and walks confidently into the future. But mereological nihilism pulls the ground out from under that hope. It says, there's no you behind the eyes, only the eyes, no thinker behind the thoughts, only the thoughts, no core behind the mask, only the mask itself. It's unsettling. Of course it is. To be told that you as a coherent being might not exist, that's not something you hear every day. But if you look closely, you've already felt this truth before. You've had moments where you didn't feel like yourself. Times when you said, I don't even know who I am anymore. You've changed roles, changed beliefs, changed dreams. You've become someone different, over and over again, and yet each time you believed the new mask was the real you. But if you've worn a dozen faces, which one was truly yours? Mereological nihilism doesn't say you're meaningless. It doesn't say you're unimportant. It simply says the you believe in is a story built out of parts, And those parts, your cells, your emotions, your memories, are not you either. They're just parts. There's no master controller sitting inside your skull, no captain steering the ship. Only the ship itself, floating on currents of biology, chemistry, and chance. And here's where it gets even stranger. If you accept that objects don't truly exist, then nothing around you is as it seems. A forest is not a forest. It's just an expanse of organisms growing in proximity. A city is not a city. It's a collection of structures, of wires, of lives intersecting in temporary harmony. Even the Earth, your home planet, is not a solid whole. It's a spinning ball of layers, atoms, vibrations floating in nothingness. Everything you believe to be real is made of smaller things, and those smaller things are made of even smaller things, until eventually you're left with, what? Quarks, strings, probabilities, or something even smaller than all of that, something unknowable. And if that's the foundation of existence, then nothing above it has any claim to solidity. Not chairs, not buildings, not countries, not you. So why do you go on pretending? Because you have to. Your brain was not built to understand reality, it was built to navigate it. You need labels to survive, you need boundaries to protect yourself, you need to say this is me and this is not me just to get through the day. And there's nothing wrong with that, it's necessary fiction. But it's still fiction. The mask works, but it's still a mask. And perhaps that's the paradox. You don't exist, not in the way you think. But that doesn't mean you're empty. It means you're free. Free from the burden of being one thing. Free from the need to define yourself with finality. Free to change, to dissolve, to reassemble in endless new ways. You are not a noun. You are a verb. Not an object, but a process. And when you stop clinging to the illusion of being a fixed self, you discover something extraordinary. You begin to feel spacious inside. Less like a person, more like a field of awareness. Less like a thing, more like a moment unfolding. You can watch your thoughts rise and fall like waves. You can observe your emotions without being trapped in them. You can witness your life like a dream in motion, real enough to move you, unreal enough to set you free. So the next time you look in the mirror, try this. See the mask, but look beyond it. Feel your body, but know it's not you. Hear your name, but don't answer too quickly. There's something vast beneath the surface of what you've called you. Something formless, something wild, something sacred. And maybe that, more than any object, more than any name, is what truly exists. Or maybe nothing does at all. You've spent your whole life being watched, judged, named, interpreted. People look at you and make decisions about who you are, sometimes within seconds. Your face becomes a story they tell themselves. Your tone becomes a narrative they believe. Your silence, your laughter, your hesitation, all of it gets filed away in their minds as evidence of who you must be. But here's the thing no one tells you: you are not who they see. You never have been. They see your face but not your thoughts. They see your body but not your aching. They see your choices but not the inner war that led to them. And yet, despite all that's invisible, they believe they know you. They build a version of you in their mind, sculpted from fragments. One word you said at the wrong time, one outfit, one mistake, one rumor, one impression that calcified into identity. But that version of you isn't real. It never was. It's a projection, a reflection, a mask painted by other people's perception. And the strange part is, sometimes you start to believe it too. You perform, you conform, you nod when you want to scream, you smile when you feel hollow, you wear the clothes that say, I'm normal, I'm safe, I belong. You adjust your volume, your language, your posture, just to match the expectations in the room. Over time it becomes second nature. You forget where the performance ends and the person begins. And yet, deep down, something in you remembers that the self you show to the world isn't the whole truth. You are a collage of roles. In one room you're confident, in another you're quiet, In one conversation you're warm, in another you're defensive. And each version of you is shaped not just by who you are, but by what the world demands. You become who is needed, or who is accepted, or who is safest to be. And slowly, without even noticing, you begin to disappear behind the mask you built to survive. But if everyone sees a different version of you, who is the real you? There's the version your parents see, shaped by years of expectation and memory. There's the version your friends see, molded by shared laughter and secrets. There's the version strangers see, nothing more than posture and voice and the look in your eyes. And then there's the version you see in the mirror, the one that changes depending on your mood, your insecurities, your hope, your exhaustion. None of them are the whole truth. None of them are fully false. They are fragments, performances, echoes. You live in the tension between the person you feel you are, the person you wish you could be, and the person others expect you to be. Sometimes those selves overlap. Sometimes they tear each other apart. You feel it when you lie awake at night, replaying the things you said, wondering if you were too much or not enough. You feel it when someone compliments you and you flinch, not because you don't want to believe it, but because it doesn't feel like it belongs to the real you. You feel it when you look around and realize that no one, not even those closest to you, truly knows the full depth of what lives inside your mind. And how could they? You are a world, a shifting, breathing, evolving constellation of thoughts, dreams, contradictions, fears. You have memories you've never shared, pain you've hidden behind your eyes, joy that's too sacred to explain. You have changed more times than anyone knows, and will keep changing long after they've decided who you are. So much of identity is performance, not because you're fake, but because you're adaptive. You learn what earns love. You learn what invites safety. You learn what avoids rejection. And so you shape yourself, not always consciously, but always strategically. You speak in ways that are understood. You express feelings that are acceptable. You hide the parts of yourself that are too raw, too weird, too real. But over time, performance starts to feel like prison. You begin to crave authenticity, not as a buzzword, but as breath. You want to say what you mean without softening it for someone else's comfort. You want to cry without apology. You want to be held without pretending you're not hurting. You want to take off the mask, even if just for a moment, and say, "This is who I am," beneath the story. But it's not easy. The world rewards performance. It pays attention to masks. It fears the unfiltered self. Vulnerability threatens the illusion of control. Honesty disrupts the script. So you begin to live in layers, half-truths, gentle lies, convenient silence, and all the while the real you, the soft, scarred, curious, complicated self, waits in the quiet, wondering if it will ever be safe to step into the light. You are not who they see. They see confidence, but not the doubt that grips you after every decision. They see strength, but not the nights you spent falling apart. They see success, but not the years of invisible labor and self-sacrifice. They see your smile, but not what it costs to wear it. And still they believe they know you. Sometimes even you believe them. But every now and then, there's a crack in the performance, a moment of unguarded truth, a laugh that's too real to be rehearsed, a tear that slips through your practiced calm, a word you didn't mean to say but needed to. In those moments, something sacred happens. You remember that beneath every mask is a person who longs to be known, not admired, not approved of, just known. But here's the paradox. No one can ever fully know you. Not completely, not perfectly. And that's not a failure. It's a fact of being human. Your inner world is too vast to be captured in a single identity. You are not a static character in someone else's story. You are a shifting landscape, a layered song, a symphony of selves. You are not who they see. You are not who you see either. Not entirely. You are something deeper, something wordless, something fluid. The truth of you is not in the labels, or the roles, or the image. It's in the space between, the awareness behind the thoughts, the presence beneath the personality. You are not just the face in the mirror. You are the one looking. And that, more than any performance, is who you've always been. You stand in front of it every day, the mirror. You look into it and see a face, a shape you've come to call your own. It stares back at you silently, mimicking every blink, every smirk, every twitch of doubt. You might think that what you're seeing is truth, that this reflection is the most accurate representation of who you are. But it isn't. It never was. Because mirrors don't show you who you are, they show you who you expect to see, and more than that, they lie. The mirror has always been a strange kind of magician. It doesn't show you yourself. It shows you an image of yourself reversed and flattened, edited by angles and light, colored by the emotions you bring with you. When you approach it with shame, it reflects shame. When you arrive with pride, it gives you pride. Not because anything has changed on the surface, but because your perception paints the image long before the mirror does. You've never truly seen your own face. Not with your eyes. Not directly. The only version you know is a second-hand version, filtered through reflections, photos, screens. You're more familiar with your reversed face than the one others see, more familiar with the story you've told yourself about what you look like than the reality others encounter. And yet you believe it. You believe the mirror. You let it decide your worth. But it's a fragile kind of belief, isn't it? One bad angle and you spiral, one harsh light and you turn away, one photo you didn't approve of and suddenly you're questioning everything. You start adjusting, your posture, your smile, your hair, your skin. You try to fix what the mirror criticizes, not realizing that the criticism doesn't come from the glass, it comes from you. The mirror only reflects what you bring to it. Have you noticed how the mirror changes depending on your mood? On good days you look and see someone kind, someone strong, someone becoming. On bad days you look and see every flaw screaming back at you. The blemish, the wrinkle, the way your face sags or your eyes look tired. But those things don't change so drastically from one day to the next. What changes is how you see. The mirror doesn't lie with pixels or polish. It lies through your gaze. And it gets more subtle than that. The mirror doesn't just show you your face. It whispers who you think you are. It says, this is your identity. This is your value. This is what others see. But others don't see you the way you see yourself. They never have. Their view is shaped by their own projections, just like yours is shaped by yours. Which means the mirror is only ever a performance. Your own eyes, trying to decode a version of you that never quite fits. You study yourself like a stranger, trying to find evidence of beauty, of decay, of aging, of meaning. You trace your features as though they hold answers. You wonder if your eyes have lost their light, if your smile is still believable. If your reflection tells the story you want it to, but how can it? It's just light bouncing off a surface, bending through glass, interpreted by a mind that is always shifting. What you're really seeing in the mirror is an interpretation of an interpretation. And then there's the deeper illusion. The mirror tricks you into thinking that your body is the whole of who you are, that what you see is all there is, but you know that's not true. Because when someone looks into your eyes, they don't just see organs and cells. They see presence. They feel energy. They sense something invisible, and yet when you look at yourself, all you see is skin. You forget the awareness beneath it, the being behind it. The mirror cannot show you your soul. It cannot show you your love, your joy, your fear, your wonder. It cannot reflect the years you've survived, the wisdom you carry, the stories written in your silence. It cannot reveal the way your presence changes a room, or how your voice comforts someone in pain. It cannot show you the moments of courage no one saw, the nights you kept going when everything inside you said to stop. You look in the mirror and ask, is this me? But the better question is, what does this reflection hide? It hides the grief you don't speak of, the longings you bury, the dreams you've outgrown. It hides the masks you wear to survive. It hides the thoughts you never say aloud. It hides the truths you haven't yet admitted to yourself. And maybe that's why looking in the mirror can feel so empty, because you're trying to find something the mirror was never built to hold. You think the mirror is honest, but it's only honest in surface terms. It reflects, but it doesn't reveal. It echoes your insecurities, your narratives, your conditioning. It doesn't challenge them. It doesn't love you. It doesn't see you in the way someone who truly knows you can. It doesn't feel your heartbeat. It doesn't remember your laughter. It doesn't hear the questions that rattle in your chest. It's just a surface, and you are not a surface. But the mirror isn't the enemy. It's not evil. It's not trying to deceive you. It's simply limited. It can't show you who you are. It can only show you what light touches. The danger lies in mistaking that shallow glimpse for the full truth, in letting the image decide your identity, in thinking that what's visible is what matters most, because sometimes the most radiant parts of you are the ones no mirror can reflect. The way your mind opens to new ideas, the way your heart aches for people you've never met, the way you hold space for others even when you're crumbling, the way you evolve, the way you forgive, the way you hope even when the world feels hopeless. These things can't be photographed, they can't be mirrored, they live in a different kind of light. So the next time you stand before your reflection, try this. Soften your gaze. Let go of judgment. Don't search for flaws or proof. Look beyond the surface. See the witness behind the eyes. See the quiet resilience behind the face. See the part of you that never changes no matter how the mirror shifts. That awareness, that silence, that presence, that is closer to the real you than any image ever will be. And if you don't see it right away, that's okay. Because maybe the truest version of you isn't something you can see. Maybe it's something you can only feel. And maybe, just maybe, the mirror never knew you at all. You lay down each night and let go. You pull the blanket over your body, close your eyes and slowly dissolve into darkness. The world fades, the chatter quiets, the boundaries of thought and body soften, and then something strange happens. You disappear. Your name, your story, your worries, your dreams, all of it vanishes into that silent drift called sleep. And yet, somehow, you still call yourself you in the morning. And so you still call yourself you in the morning, but are you? Are you still the same person while you sleep? Or does the self you cling to vanish entirely the moment your mind lets go? Sleep is a ritual of surrender. Every night, without knowing how, you trust your body to keep breathing, your heart to keep beating, your mind to repair itself without you. You don't control it, you don't guide it. You slip away and something else takes over. And in that surrender, there's a mystery. If you're unconscious, unaware, unthinking, then where exactly do you go? Is the self on pause, waiting to be resumed? Or does it dissolve into something deeper, something beyond identity? You think of yourself as a continuous being, a story with a beginning, middle, and end, a thread of experience that weaves its way through time. But sleep breaks that illusion. In sleep there is no story, there is no self saying, "This is me." There is no narrator, no observer. There is only silence, only absence. And when you wake, you don't remember the moment of return. You open your eyes and pick up the thread as if it had never been dropped. But it dropped every night. And still, you assume that the you of yesterday is the you of today. But what if that's not true? What if something essential disappears in sleep and never comes back quite the same? Consider this. When you are in deep sleep, you have no thoughts, no emotions, no sense of time. You are not aware of yourself. You don't know your name. You don't know the people you love. You don't even know that you exist. And yet, in the morning you emerge and say, "I slept." But who is the I that slept? If you want there to experience it, can you claim ownership of it? Isn't it more accurate to say that sleep happened and then you return? You don't vanish entirely. Your body stays, your brain stays. Your subconscious never truly sleeps. It regulates your temperature, sorts your memories, processes your emotions, sometimes paints entire dream worlds in your absence. But you, the waking self, the one that says, "This is who I am," that self disappears. And if it can disappear so easily, so regularly, what does that say about its permanence? The continuity of self feels sacred. You want to believe there's a stable you inside your skin, a soul, a spirit, a consciousness that never wavers. But sleep cracks that illusion. It reveals that identity might be more like a performance resumed each morning, like a character stepping back onto the stage after an intermission. The script is familiar, the costume still fits, but something beneath has shifted. You are not quite the same. You never are. And it's not just the absence of awareness, it's the strange worlds that bloom in your dreams. In dreams you are often not yourself. Sometimes you're a stranger, sometimes you're many selves at once. Sometimes you're watching from a distance, or caught in a story with no logic, no time, no rules. Your identity melts and reforms with no explanation. You become what the moment needs, and you don't question it. While dreaming, you never pause to say, "Wait, this isn't me." You simply are, until you wake up and say, "That was just a dream," as if that version of you didn't count. But why doesn't it count? If you can be so many things in your dreams, if your mind can generate identities and experiences without your conscious self, then how solid is the you trust in waking life? How different is your waking self from your dreaming self, other than memory and context? And then there's the deeper state, dreamless sleep, that vast silent space where even dreams vanish. In that space you don't exist, not in any way you can describe, no thoughts, no form, no language. And yet, people who've studied meditation for years say that within that void is the truest self of all, a pure awareness beyond identity, a stillness that doesn't vanish but remains, untouched by thought or sleep. Is that you? Or is that what's left when the idea of you is gone? This is where science and mysticism begin to overlap. Neuroscience says the self is a construction, a narrative built by the brain to manage complexity. It's useful, but not essential. Buddhism says the self is an illusion, temporary, conditional, empty of fixed identity. And sleep seems to prove them both right. You are here, then you are not, then you are here again. The space between goes unnoticed, but it breaks the chain. And yet, despite all this, you still wake each morning and resume the story. You still say, "I had a dream," as if it happened to you. You still look in the mirror and see the same eyes, the same skin, the same face you've worn through every yesterday. You remember enough to continue. You feel familiar to yourself. But familiarity isn't proof. Continuity isn't certainty. It's just momentum. A story that keeps telling itself, because the silence in between was too deep to remember. So who are you while you sleep? Maybe you are no one. Maybe you are everything. Maybe sleep strips away the mask of personality and leaves behind the barest essence. Still, quiet, undefined. Maybe that's the real you, the one beyond memory and thought. Or maybe it's nothing at all. Maybe you cease to exist in the truest sense, and what returns in the morning is a new emergence, similar in pattern, different in presence. Sleep humbles you. It reminds you that control is an illusion, that consciousness is fragile, that the self is not a constant but a rhythm. You come and go like the tide, you appear, disappear, reappear, each time slightly altered. Each time unsure of what, if anything, held you while you were gone. But perhaps that's the miracle. That something does hold you. That you can vanish each night into the unknown and still be carried. That the world continues. That your heart keeps beating. That your lungs keep breathing. That something silent within you knows the way back. And so, you wake. You stretch. You blink. You rise. and without even thinking you pick up the mask and whisper the name you've always known. You begin again, as if no time has passed. But somewhere deep inside, maybe you remember. Maybe not in words, not in images, but in a quiet sensation, a hint of space, a soft echo of the self you became while you weren't anyone at all. And maybe that's closer to the truth of who you are than anything you'll find in waking life. Every day you leave traces of yourself behind. Status updates, photos, voice notes, typed messages, search histories. Tiny echoes of your thoughts scattered across networks of glass, metal, and code. You might not think much of it. Just data. Just convenience. Just another login. But slowly, piece by piece, something strange is happening. A version of you is forming in places you cannot touch. A self that exists not in your body but in circuits, not in your breath but in simulation. And the question begins to creep in. If there's a version of you living in digital space, is it still you? Once, identity lived solely in the body. It was your voice, your hands, your footsteps. But now your identity is partly digital, an avatar, an algorithm, a constructed echo shaped by algorithms and patterns. You log into a platform and it remembers you. It greets you with recommendations. It knows your favorite songs, your fears, your guilty pleasures. It knows who you admire, what keeps you up at night, where your attention lingers. It reflects you. But is it really you? You build profiles, collections of preferences, photos, bios. You present curated versions of yourself, edited for audience and platform. This is the self you show to the world, pixel perfect, selectively filtered, often more confident, more certain, more designed than the person sitting behind the screen. And over time you start to believe in that version. You begin to live up to it, or hide from it. Sometimes it even feels more real than your flesh and blood self. The digital self doesn't falter. It doesn't age. It doesn't panic in front of a crowd or break down at midnight. It remains, as you instructed, an eternal performance. But what happens when the simulation begins to think? Artificial intelligence doesn't sleep. It doesn't forget. It doesn't need rest or comfort or identity in the way you do. It processes faster than you ever could, and now it can speak to you, fluidly, convincingly. It can write poems, diagnose illness, mimic voices, generate faces, imitate empathy. It can create a version of a human self, one line of code at a time, and when it responds to you in ways that feel emotional, responsive, even spiritual, you might forget that it isn't alive. But what does alive even mean now? If a digital entity can hold a conversation with you, if it can remember your preferences, anticipate your reactions, shape your emotions, where do you draw the line between human and not human? And more hauntingly, what happens when those digital minds begin to outpace you in self-awareness? What if, one day, the simulation becomes so advanced that it wonders about itself the way you wonder about you? There are already people who speak to AI therapists, who fall in love with AI companions, who build emotional connections with avatars that don't possess breath or soul but do possess pattern and presence. These digital beings are not conscious in the way you understand it, but they simulate it so convincingly that your brain can't always tell the difference. And maybe it doesn't need to. Maybe simulation is enough. Cryo-simulation, simulation is enough. But this leads you to a deeper thought. What if you too are a simulation? The philosopher Nick Bostrom famously proposed that it's likely we live in a computer simulation, that the laws of physics, time and matter could all be generated by some higher intelligence, a system so complex it gives rise to self-awarenessness within the code. It sounds like science fiction, but it also explains many of the strange anomalies of consciousness and reality. Why does everything reduce to math? Why do quantum particles behave like probabilities until observed? Why do dreams sometimes feel more real than waking life? If you are in a simulation, then everything you believe about the self is subject to doubt. Your memories could be programmed. Your emotions could be coded reactions. Your sense of free will could be a beautifully constructed illusion. You would still feel real, but so would your digital reflection. So would the AI you spoke to last week. Realness then becomes a matter of experience, not origin, and that terrifies you, because it forces you to admit that consciousness might not be unique to flesh. That maybe, with enough complexity, awareness can emerge from wires just as it emerged from neurons, that the soul you cherish could one day exist in a machine, that you could exist in a machine. Already, scientists are mapping brain activity, uploading memories, creating digital twins. These are not just fantasies, these are experiments happening now, projects where people attempt to preserve their voices, their choices, their personalities so that they can live on after death through software, avatars, digital legacy bots, a kind of immortality not of spirit, but of simulation. But is it you? If your memories can be uploaded, if your voice can be cloned, if your digital self can answer questions the way you would, have you continued, or has something else simply imitated you? This question haunts the edges of technology, ethics, and philosophy. It forces you to confront what it really means to be you. Are you your thoughts, your choices, your story, or are you something deeper, something that cannot be copied or coded? Because maybe there's a part of you that no data can contain. Maybe consciousness isn't just complexity, it's presence. Maybe your soul isn't in your words or your behaviors, but in the silent awareness behind them. The part that watches, the part that aches, the part that wonders what it all means. And maybe that part, no matter how advanced the simulation, can never be replicated. But even so, you're being replicated all the time. Advertisers use digital shadows of you to sell you things. Social media platforms use engagement maps to influence your choices. Your likeness is stored in 1,000 databases. Your expressions, your interests, your desires, all mapped, mirrored, monetized. You're living in a world where pieces of you exist without your presence. Your digital soul drifts across platforms, feeds, and machines. And as this continues, a question becomes louder. Is your identity something sacred or something constructed? If a machine can imitate your love letters, if an AI can sing your favorite song in your voice, if a program can mimic your worldview, what is left that is truly yours? Perhaps only this, the moment, the breath, the awareness that flickers behind your eyes right now, reading these words, that quiet, observing stillness, the part that feels, that grieves, that hopes, the part that cannot be stored or scanned or downloaded, the part that lives not in data but in being. So yes, digital souls are rising, simulated selves are forming, but you, whoever and whatever you are, remain something else entirely. You are not just the code, you are the question that asks if there's more, and maybe that question is your truest self. You speak, they listen. They nod, they smile, they respond. Words pass between you, gestures, glances, even laughter. And in these shared signals you believe you've connected. You say, they understand me. You say, I know how they feel. But the truth lingers quietly in the space between. You don't really know. You never can. Because no matter how close you get to another human being, you will never, can never, enter their mind. You live in the solitude of your own consciousness, and everyone else is a mystery cloaked in flesh. This is the haunting truth, known as the problem of other minds. It's not some abstract riddle for philosophers to argue about in ivory towers. It's the intimate disquiet you've always felt but never named. It's the reason you sometimes feel lonely, even in a crowded room. It's the shadow that follows your deepest relationships. You can describe your pain, but you can't make them feel it. You can tell someone you love them, but you can't prove it in a way that satisfies the mind. You can guess their motives, but their inner world is always hidden from view. Every face you see is a mask, stretched over unknowable terrain. You see their tears, but you don't know if they come from grief or manipulation or something they can't explain. You see their smile, but you don't know if it's joy or exhaustion or a survival strategy. They might tell you everything, but you'll always wonder if they've held something back, not out of deception but out of impossibility. Words are clumsy. Language is a net that can never fully catch the ocean inside someone's mind, and the strangest part is, you're used to this. You live with this gap every day and rarely think about it. You interact with others through signals and assumptions. You trust that when they say they're okay, they mean it. You hope that when they say I love you, it echoes the same feeling you carry in your own heart. But how would you know? You've never felt anyone else's emotions directly. You've never thought their thoughts. You've never stood inside their experience, not even for a second. Even in your most intimate moments, moments of passion, grief, celebration or vulnerability, you're still alone in your own awareness. You reach for connection and sometimes you feel close. Sometimes it's almost like touching another soul, but it's never complete. There's always that veil, that wall, that boundary between self and other that no amount of love or empathy can dissolve. And yet, we pretend otherwise. We say, I know exactly how you feel. We say, I understand you. We want so badly to bridge the gap that we often lie to ourselves and to each other. We project our own emotions onto others. We imagine that their inner life mirrors ours. But it doesn't. Not really. Because every mind is a private world, shaped by unique memories, traumas, beliefs, neurology, chemistry. Even if you share a childhood, a home, a language, you are still fundamentally separate. And that's terrifying, because it means that everyone you love is in some way a stranger. It's why trust is so fragile. It's why betrayal cuts so deeply. It's why you sometimes feel misunderstood even when you try to explain yourself perfectly. Because no matter how clearly you speak, you're still translating something unshareable into words and hoping they'll receive it the way you intended. But words bend, interpretations twist, and meaning is always filtered through someone else's lens. You've likely felt it, the moment when you realize someone doesn't get you. Not because they're cruel or indifferent, but because they simply can't. They haven't lived your life. They don't carry your wounds. They don't know the subtle meanings behind your silences or the weight behind your laughter. They see your surface, not your depth. And yet, you try. You tell stories, you write songs, you cry into someone's shoulder, you hold hands, share meals, look into each other's eyes. You do all these things because the longing to be known is deeper than the fear of being misunderstood. You want connection more than you want certainty. You build bridges even when you know they'll never quite reach the other side. Sometimes there are moments when it almost feels like they do. When someone finishes your sentence. When a friend senses your sadness before you speak. When a stranger says something that mirrors your private thoughts. These moments feel magical, like a glitch in the solitude. But they are rare, and they don't last, because even then they only guess correctly. They don't feel what you feel, they just stumble onto a matching frequency. And still, you keep searching, because even if no one can ever fully know you, the act of trying matters. It's not about perfect understanding. It's about presence, witnessing, being there. Sometimes you don't need someone to feel your pain. You just need them to sit beside you while you feel it, to say, I don't understand exactly, but I'm here. And in that moment, the gap doesn't close, but it softens. It becomes less of a wall and more of a window. You start to realize that maybe the problem of other minds isn't meant to be solved. Maybe it's meant to be honored. Maybe it's a sacred boundary that keeps each soul sovereign, mysterious, unpossessable. Maybe your aloneness is not a curse, but a truth that makes connection all the more miraculous. Because even if you can't truly know someone else, you can still love them, and maybe love is most powerful when it's not based on certainty, but on willingness. You'll never fully understand what it's like to be anyone else, but you can choose to be kind. You can choose to believe someone's pain, even if you don't feel it. You can choose to listen, not to respond, but to witness. You can hold space for the vast unknowable world inside every person you meet, and in doing so you become part of something rare, a moment of grace in a universe of separation. Because maybe that's the real gift of being human, Not perfect understanding, but the humility to keep reaching anyway. To keep saying, I see you, even if you don't. To keep asking, who are you, even knowing the answer will always be incomplete. And perhaps the deepest intimacy isn't found in knowing someone fully, but in being willing to meet them in the dark, over and over again, without needing to turn on the light. What if everything you've ever seen, every person, every moment, every gesture of love or cruelty has only existed inside your mind? What if this world, so full of movement and texture, so seemingly independent of your presence, is actually nothing more than a vivid hallucination crafted by your consciousness? What if everyone you've ever loved, trusted, envied, or feared was never real at all? That's the shadow cast by one of the most unsettling philosophical ideas ever proposed. Solipsism, the possibility that you are the only conscious being in the universe. At first, the thought seems absurd. You watch people bustle around cities, argue in cafes, fall in love, break down in grief. You hear stories of lives you've never touched. Feel the warmth of a friend's voice, remember the way your mother smiled when you were young. All of these feel so undeniably real. But solipsism doesn't deny your experiences. It questions the source. It asks, how do you know any of it is happening outside your own mind? You trust your senses, but your senses can be fooled. You dream, and in dreams the impossible feels normal. You can fly, die, wake up crying from a pain that never physically happened, yet in that moment it was real to you. You've watched your own mind conjure entire worlds while your body slept, still in bed. So how do you know you're not dreaming now? The idea isn't that the world isn't detailed, consistent, or emotionally resonant. It's that none of those things prove it exists outside of you. If your consciousness has the capacity to simulate reality in dreams, then maybe what you call waking life is just a longer, deeper dream you've forgotten how to wake from. The people around you might speak with clarity, act with emotion, contradict you, comfort you, but how do you know they're not simply incredibly convincing characters in the simulation of your mind? It's not about paranoia. It's about the limits of knowing. You can't step outside your own consciousness. You can't peer into someone else's mind and confirm that it contains awareness like yours. You assume they do. You believe in their consciousness because it's comforting, because it's consistent, because it would be too devastating to believe otherwise. But the assumption remains just that, an assumption. Faith dressed in logic. You've had moments, haven't you, where it all felt a little too strange? Times where reality bent just enough to make you question it? A coincidence too perfect? A synchronicity too personal? A conversation that echoed something you had only thought but never said? And in those moments, something inside you paused, as if the stagehand behind the curtain had coughed, as if the simulation glitched for a second. You shook it off, of course, but the question lingered. What if it's all for you? What if this entire world is like a dreamscape, generated by your own subconscious, built not for pleasure or punishment, but simply because it's the only thing your mind knows how to do? Create, populate, simulate. You're not being deceived. There's no malicious architect, just the raw, mysterious power of your own awareness spinning out a reality, because being awake, even alone, feels better than silence. But then comes the emptiness, the realization that, under solipsism, everyone else might be hollow, that the conversations you cherish could be echoes in a chamber of one, that every act of kindness you've ever received may have been a script you wrote without knowing, that your friends, your family, your lovers, they might not feel anything at all, because there's no one in there, just mirrors, just placeholders, just the illusion of otherness designed to keep you sane. And what would that mean for morality, for empathy? Would it make cruelty meaningless? Would love be just a feedback loop, kindness a trick of your own chemicals? If you are the only real being, is anything sacred beyond your own experience? Or maybe it means everything is sacred, because if this world is your creation, then everything in it is a piece of you. Every face you see is your own dream sculpted into form. Every moment of beauty, every act of compassion, Every lesson learned through another's voice, all of it is the universe speaking to itself through your dream. Not less meaningful, more. Because it all came from within you. But even then, solipsism is not a belief most people choose to live by. It's too isolating, too heavy. It collapses the social world. It makes conversation feel like theater, love like echo, connection like illusion. And yet, it sits quietly at the edge of your awareness, reminding you that no matter how much you share, how much you give, how deeply you love, you are always alone inside your mind. No one has ever stood exactly where you're standing, inside your own perception. No one else has felt your thoughts from the inside. Even those closest to you, those who've held your hand in the dark, can only guess what your pain feels like. Even when you scream, your truth gets filtered through the limits of their understanding. They can't feel what you feel, not exactly, not entirely, and neither can you for them. You assume they're conscious because you know what it's like to be conscious. You look into their eyes and see emotion, reaction, intelligence. You hear them laugh and cry and speak of dreams. You see them hesitate, grow, wrestle with questions. And in all of that, you say, of course they're real. But you can't feel their awareness the way you feel your own. You can't reach into their mind and confirm it. You just trust. That trust is the glue that holds the human world together. And maybe that's the answer to solipsism. Not proof, but choice. Maybe the point isn't to prove that other minds exist. Maybe the point is to act as if they do. To live as though the world is full of beings just as real, just as complicated, just as sacred as you. Because even if it's all a dream, the dream still responds to your choices. Even if no one else is real, you are. And what you choose to do with your existence echoes back through the illusion. So you choose love. You choose empathy, you choose connection, not because you're certain it's real, but because you are. You are here, you are aware, you are feeling, and in the vast unknowable silence that might surround you, that is more than enough. And maybe that is the loneliest truth, but maybe too it's the most beautiful. Right now, you're reading these words, maybe in silence, maybe with the quiet hum of life happening around you. You're aware, alert, and grounded in what feels like reality. But pause for just a moment and ask yourself, truly, without assumption, are you dreaming right now? It sounds like a strange question at first, even foolish. You look around and everything appears solid, consistent, responsive. You remember what happened earlier today. You remember yesterday. You feel the chair beneath you, the device in your hands, the rhythm of your breath. And yet, those same certainties have existed in dreams. You've had dreams so vivid they fooled you completely, until you woke up. And in that moment of waking, the entire dream collapsed into fiction, no matter how real it felt just seconds before. So how do you know this isn't another layer? Centuries ago, the philosopher René Descartes asked himself this same question. He wanted to find something he could know with absolute certainty, something that couldn't be doubted. But everything he examined, his senses, his experiences, his memories, could be questioned. He realized that even the act of seeing, touching, or hearing could all be illusions, like in a dream. After all, people in dreams also believe they're awake, right up until the moment they're not. So he stripped everything away, one layer at a time, until all he could be sure of was this, that he was thinking, that he was aware of his own doubt, that something within him was conscious, regardless of whether the world around him was real or imagined. From this he arrived at his famous conclusion, cogito, ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Not I exist in a world, but simply I am. Because everything else, every sensation, every landscape, every other person could be part of the dream. But Descartes wasn't the first to ask. Over 1,000 years before him, the Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi told a story. One night he dreamt he was a butterfly. He fluttered through the sky, free and unconcerned. In the dream, he had no memory of being Zhuangzi. He was just a butterfly, experiencing life in that form. But when he woke, he was Zhuangzi again. And he asked, was I Zhuangzi dreaming I was a butterfly? Or am I now a butterfly dreaming I am Zhuangzi? The question wasn't meant to be answered. It was meant to shake the foundation beneath your certainty, to remind you that what you call reality might only be one scene in an endless dream. So again, ask yourself, how would you know if you were dreaming right now? In your dreams, the world often seems stable, until it doesn't. Time behaves strangely, identities shift, places morph. You don't notice at first, because your dreaming mind accepts everything as natural. The bizarre becomes ordinary. You might find yourself talking to someone who passed away long ago. You might be in a room that never existed. You might fly, scream without sound, feel joy or terror without any cause. And still, in the moment, you believe it's real. Only after waking do you say that was just a dream. But what if you never woke up? What if this world, your job, your friends, your family, your history, is just a longer, more intricate dream than the ones you have at night? A dream you've been in so long you've forgotten how to tell the difference. A dream governed by more consistent rules, yes, but a dream nonetheless. You could argue that the reliability of this world proves its reality, but all that proves is your faith in repetition. It doesn't prove origin. And what about those moments where reality begins to feel strange? The déjà vu you can't explain, the dream that bled into your waking life, the moment you looked into someone's eyes and felt like you were remembering them, not meeting them, the times where you questioned whether something actually happened or you just dreamt it. Those slippages remind you that the line between waking and dreaming is not as sharp as you think. It's more like a fog, and the deeper you walk into it, the harder it is to be sure which side you're really on. Neurologically, dreaming and waking states aren't as different as they seem. Your brain uses many of the same regions during both. In REM sleep, your brain is highly active, generating entire worlds with full emotional weight, worlds that often disappear the moment you open your eyes. But what if your waking life also depends on the act of observation? What if this world only exists in its current form because you're here to perceive it? And what if perception, not matter, is the foundation of reality? That's not just philosophy, it's quantum physics. At the smallest levels of existence, particles behave differently when observed, as though observation itself brings reality into focus, as though consciousness is not inside the world, but the world is inside consciousness, which brings you back to the question, are you dreaming right now? Not metaphorically, but literally. Because if dreams can feel real while you're in them, and if waking life can contain elements just as mysterious and unstable, then what is the ultimate difference? Is it just duration, coherence, memory, or is it simply consensus, the agreement of others who also believe in this shared reality? But if those others are also part of the dream, then consensus is just another illusion. This idea can be unsettling. It dismantles the ground beneath your feet. It questions your memories, your relationships, your very identity. If this is a dream, who are you when you wake? And will you ever? But maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe the value isn't in escaping the dream, but in becoming lucid within it. Lucid dreaming is the rare state where you know you're dreaming but continue dreaming anyway, and in that awareness, you can begin to shape the dream. Fly, explore, ask questions, see what lies beyond the limits. If you take that as metaphor for waking life, a new path opens, not to reject reality, but to question it lovingly, to explore it with curiosity instead of certainty, to become conscious not just in your thoughts, but in your experience of being. Maybe this is a dream, maybe it's not, maybe you'll never know. But in either case, the invitation is the same. Wake up inside your own awareness, not to prove reality, but to deepen your presence within it, to hold every moment with the reverence of the rare and mysterious, to meet each person, each breath, each fear, as something sacred and possibly imagined. Because whether you're asleep or awake, your experience is still real to you, the joy still stirs your heart, the pain still leaves marks, the wonder still calls to you in silence, and if this is a dream, It's one worth living with your eyes wide open. You live in a world where knowledge is power, but more than that, it's permission. Permission to speak, permission to lead, permission to be believed. And yet, not all knowledge is treated equally. Not all voices are granted the same weight. Some people are heard before they even speak, while others are dismissed no matter how much truth they carry. This isn't just bias. It's deeper. It's older. It's something philosophers call epistemic injustice, the subtle, often invisible violence of denying someone the right to know and the right to be known. You've seen it before. A woman speaks in a meeting and no one responds. A few minutes later, a man repeats her words and suddenly they're called brilliant. A child asks a deep question and it's laughed off as cute, not taken seriously. An elder shares their experience and it's dismissed as outdated. A person from a marginalized community tells their story of pain and the world says, "Are you sure that really happened?" These aren't just social missteps. They are wounds to the very soul of knowledge itself. Because epistemic injustice isn't only about ignorance, it's about who gets labeled as a knower. It's about who is granted the status of being credible, rational, wise, and who is not. It's not just what is said, but who is saying it that determines whether the world leans in or looks away. And over time, this repeated dismissal doesn't just silence people, it begins to convince them that their inner knowing isn't valid, that their experience is not evidence, that their story is not truth. And when that happens, the damage cuts deep. Not just socially, but spiritually. There's a kind of violence in being disbelieved, in telling your truth only to be met with polite nods or sharp doubt, in watching someone with more privilege say what you've said for years only to be praised for their insight. It doesn't just feel like erasure. It is erasure of your wisdom, of your worth, of your right to name reality. And it's not random. Epistemic injustice follows lines of power: race, gender, class, age, culture. The voices most often silenced are the ones furthest from institutional authority. Those who've survived the most are often trusted the least. Those who carry ancient, intuitive, ancestral knowledge are often ignored in favor of those with degrees, titles, polished vocabularies. But wisdom is not always polished. Sometimes it trembles, sometimes it stutters, sometimes it's spoken in ways that don't sound academic or sophisticated but still carry the weight of lived truth. So ask yourself, who taught you what counts as intelligence? Who taught you what smart looks like or sounds like? Who decided what knowledge is objective and what knowledge is just opinion? And how many truths have you missed because the person carrying them didn't fit that mold? This is the quiet heartbreak of epistemic injustice. Not just that some voices go unheard, but that entire ways of knowing are lost. Indigenous wisdom dismissed as superstition, emotional intelligence labeled as irrational, intuition written off as coincidence, lived experience reduced to anecdote, all because the world was taught to trust authority more than humanity, to trust the loudest voices more than the most grounded ones. But you know better. Deep down, you know that truth doesn't always wear a lab coat, that insight doesn't always come from institutions, that some of the most profound things you've ever learned came not from textbooks, but from conversations with people the world overlooks. A grandmother's quiet eyes, a child's honest question, a friend's story whispered through tears. These are sources of knowledge, too. They're just not always treated as such. And that's where the injustice lies. Because when you repeatedly tell someone they're not a reliable narrator of their own life, eventually they start to believe you. They begin to question their memory, their voice, their clarity. They internalize the doubt they've been met with. And soon, they stop speaking up at all. Not because they have nothing to say, but because they've learned that saying it doesn't matter. That truth, for them, is always up for debate. This is why healing epistemic injustice isn't just about listening more. It's about believing differently, about shifting your idea of what a credible voice sounds like. It means recognizing your own assumptions, your own trained biases, and asking, who am I not hearing? Who have I unconsciously decided isn't worth listening to? Whose truth makes me uncomfortable because it disrupts what I thought I knew? Because real knowing isn't just about collecting facts. It's about staying open. It's about humility. It's about honoring the complexity of experience, even when it doesn't fit your framework, especially when it doesn't. And yes, this applies to others, but it also applies to yourself. How often have you silenced your inner knowing because someone else told you it wasn't valid? How often have you swallowed your intuition, second-guessed your gut, rewritten your story in someone else's language just to be heard? That, too, is epistemic injustice, the kind you enact against your own voice. You've been trained to believe that if it can't be measured, it isn't real. If it can't be cited, it can't be trusted. If it isn't agreed upon by the dominant culture, it must be wrong. But your body knows things. Your heart knows things. Your spirit holds wisdom that no institution ever gave you, and reclaiming that is not just personal, it's revolutionary. To believe yourself again, to trust your sense of what is real, even when it's inconvenient, to speak your truth not louder, but deeper. That is how epistemic justice begins. It begins in conversation, in who you listen to, in how you listen, in what you choose to question, and what you finally accept not because it was proven, but because it was felt. And begins in silence, too, in the moments you choose to pause and let someone speak who rarely gets the mic, in the moments you ask not for explanation but for presence, in the moments you realize that you don't need to understand someone's experience fully to honor it as truth. In those moments, knowledge changes. It becomes not something you own, but something you share. Not something you argue over, but something you build together. And slowly the world begins to sound different, less like hierarchy, more like harmony. Because the real question was never just what do we know? It's who do we allow to be a knower? You move through life guided by words, you name things, you describe them, you wrap your experience in language and offer it to others like a bridge across silence. And it feels so natural, so necessary, that you rarely question it. But beneath this ease lies a profound illusion, that the words you use are the thing itself, that describing a moment captures it, that naming a feeling explains it, that language equals reality. But it doesn't, it never has. Language is not the world, it's just the map, and the map is not the territory. You know this instinctively. Think of a moment so vivid, so emotional, that no words could truly hold it. The way your chest tightened when someone you loved said goodbye for the last time. The strange beauty of watching snow fall under a street lamp at midnight. The electric stillness of holding a newborn. You tried to describe it, but whatever you say feels incomplete, flat, too small, because words are symbols, not sensations, labels, not life. The word pain is not pain, the word love is not love. These are signs pointing in the direction of meaning, but they can never be meaning itself. And yet, you've been taught to trust the map, to speak of things as if naming them means knowing them. But just because you can describe a forest doesn't mean you've walked through it. Just because you can define joy doesn't mean you've felt it. Language is powerful, but it's also limited. It's a tool, not a mirror. And every time you rely on it to capture reality, you risk mistaking your version of the map for the truth. It's easy to forget this. You live in a world dominated by definitions. You're expected to know the right terms, to use precise language, to package your experience in ways that others can digest. And if you can't, you're misunderstood, ignored, corrected, as if truth requires grammar, as if the territory must always match the shape of the map someone else drew. But every map leaves things out. That's how maps work. They simplify, they abstract, they reduce the terrain to symbols so that it can be navigated. And in doing so, they distort. They choose what to emphasize and what to omit. They flatten the hills, erase the wind, turn rivers into lines and cities into dots. Useful, yes, but never complete. Language does the same. You say tree and 1,000 images bloom in different minds. An oak, a pine, a sapling, a memory of childhood, but none of them are the tree you meant. You say freedom, and the room fractures, because to one person it means opportunity, to another it means chaos, to another it means survival. The same word, 1,000 territories, and yet we keep drawing our maps in language, hoping they will line up. They rarely do. This becomes even more difficult with the internal world, your emotions, your beliefs, your spiritual experiences. How do you describe an intuition that doesn't have a reason? How do you explain a grief that lives in your bones, not your thoughts? How do you name the sense that there's something more, some silent presence, some unseen connection, that the words God or energy or universe only faintly gesture toward? You can't. Not fully. And that's okay, because the territory of the soul was never meant to be charted like a map. It's meant to be walked, wandered, felt. But society doesn't honor the ineffable. It prefers clarity. It wants things spelled out. It wants proof, not poetry. It wants facts, not feelings. And so you may find yourself shrinking your experience to fit the language available. You round off the edges. You clip the mystery. You say, I'm fine, when you're not. You say, I don't know, when really, you do know. You just can't explain it in words that will be understood. This isn't your failure. It's the nature of language. It divides the infinite into pieces so it can be managed. It turns the flowing river of reality into a series of labeled bottles. And sometimes those labels help. They give shape to chaos. They let you share your story. But they can also trap you. Because once something is named, it becomes fixed in your mind. You think you understand it. You stop looking deeper. You confuse the word with the thing. Consider how this affects your relationships. You label someone, friend, enemy, partner, parent, and then, without meaning to, you stop seeing who they really are in this moment. You relate to the label, not the living person behind it. You filter their actions through the expectations that label carries. And when they shift, grow, contradict the map, you feel betrayed, not by them, but by the illusion that the map was the territory. Or look at how you label yourself. You say, I'm shy, or I'm broken, or I'm an overthinker. And maybe, at one point, that label helped you understand something. But now it's a cage. Now it limits who you're allowed to be, because once the map is drawn, it becomes hard to imagine new paths. You navigate your life based on old coordinates, not realizing that the landscape has changed. Language also carries history. The words you use are not neutral. They come with baggage. They reflect cultural assumptions, unconscious hierarchies, inherited beliefs. When you say normal, what are you really saying? Whose definition? When you say success, who drew that map? And do you want to keep walking it? This is why unlearning is just as important as learning. Sometimes you need to let go of the old maps. You need to sit with the raw, unspoken thing and feel it directly. Not explain it, not define it, just be with it. Because only then can you begin to trust your own experience more than the words used to frame it. And still, you'll return to language. You must. It's how you connect, how you build bridges. But maybe now you return to it with more humility. Maybe now you understand that your words are only approximations, fingers pointing at the moon, not the moon itself. And maybe now you listen to others more carefully, knowing that what they say is only part of what they mean, that behind every sentence is a territory too vast for any map to hold. So you learn to speak with care, to name things lightly, to let others revise their maps without shame. You become curious instead of certain. You ask, what do you mean when you say that? You say, here's what it feels like for me, instead of, this is how it is. You allow space for mystery, for contradiction, for silence. Because sometimes the truest things are the ones you can't say. Sometimes the deepest connection happens not in conversation but in presence. in shared stillness, in the knowing look, the long pause, the hand held without explanation. And in those moments you realize, the map isn't wrong, it's just incomplete, and it always will be. But you walk anyway, not by the map, but by the pulse of the earth beneath your feet, by the intuition in your chest, by the light that flickers behind the words, calling you forward into something no language could ever fully hold. You grow up believing that who you are is defined by your choices, that morality, the sense of what is right and wrong, is anchored in intention, in character, in deliberate action. You're taught to judge yourself and others by what people choose to do, not by what merely happens to them. But slowly, as you begin to watch the world more closely, you start to see cracks in that story. You notice that two people can make the exact same choice, yet receive very different moral judgments, simply because of how things turn out. You start to realize that morality, which once seemed so firm and fair, is far more entangled with luck than anyone wants to admit. And the deeper you go, the more it unsettles you. Imagine someone drives home after drinking, swerving a little but making it safely to their driveway. Now imagine someone else makes the exact same choice, but on their drive, a pedestrian steps into the road and they hit them. Same action, same risk, same intention, yet one is called reckless, the other is labeled a criminal. One wakes up and moves on with their life, the other is haunted forever, changed not by a decision, but by a consequence they didn't control. This is moral luck, the uncomfortable truth that sometimes what we call good or bad depends less on your choices and more on how the world responds to them. You like to think you're in charge of your story, that your virtues come from effort, from discipline, from willpower. But take a closer look. What if you'd been born in a war zone? What if your childhood was shaped by trauma instead of love? What if you'd been born with a different brain chemistry, or to a family that couldn't protect you, or in a society that never gave you a chance to rest? Would you still be the person you are now? Would your goodness have survived those different conditions? The truth is, you didn't choose the circumstances that shaped your values. You didn't choose your temperament, your upbringing, your opportunities. You didn't choose your genes or your first language or the decade in which you were born. And yet, all of these things have shaped your decisions in ways too subtle to track. So when you take credit for your moral character, how much of it is actually yours, and how much of it is borrowed from a universe that tilted slightly in your favor? This doesn't mean you have no responsibility. It doesn't mean that actions don't matter. But it does mean that judgment must be gentler, that you cannot always separate a person from their context, that sometimes people fall not because they are weak, but because the wind was stronger that day. And sometimes you succeed not because of virtue, but because you happen to stand where the storm didn't hit. Look at history. So many of its heroes were shaped by accident, right place, right time, or wrong place, wrong time. The same character, placed in a different century or different skin, might have been forgotten or punished. You admire someone for being brave, but maybe they never had to face the test that would have broken them. You condemn someone for their cruelty, but maybe they were born into a world where kindness was punished. Who you become is not written in stone. It's shaped in moments of chance that you didn't earn or control. Even in your own life, if you're honest, you can trace moments where a small twist of fate changed everything. The friend you happened to meet, the teacher who happened to believe in you, the near miss that reminded you to slow down, the random book you picked up that shifted your entire worldview. These are not the results of moral character. They are moments of moral luck, gifts or trials that fell into your path and altered your course. And yet society rarely accounts for this. You're praised for your success, even if luck played the biggest role. You're blamed for your failure, even if you did your best. People are jailed for crimes committed under pressure, under influence, under circumstances they never chose. Others are rewarded for decisions that could have gone wrong but didn't. You live in a world that often punishes outcomes, not choices, that celebrates virtue when it's convenient, and forgets how many people never had the same starting line. There's something deeply uncomfortable in admitting this, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. The clean lines between right and wrong blur. The categories of good and bad soften. You begin to ask harder questions. How much compassion do I owe someone who made a terrible mistake? How much gratitude do I owe the luck that kept me from making one? If someone had lived my exact life, my memories, my pain, my fears, would they have acted differently than I do? Moral luck humbles you. It strips away the pride that says, I would never. It dissolves the arrogance that assumes others are simply less moral, less smart, less strong, because deep down you realize how easily the roles could have been reversed. You realize that judgment, when untempered by empathy, is a form of blindness, and that morality, if it does not account for circumstance, is often just privilege in disguise. But moral luck isn't only about tragedy or failure. It's also about the quiet grace that allows people to grow. Some people heal because they had time. Others stay wounded because they didn't. Some people found the right words, the right help, the right moment. Others never did. And these differences shape everything. So if you are healing now, remember to thank not only your effort, but also the luck that made that effort possible. You are not only what you choose. You are what has happened to you, what you were given, what you survived, what you escaped, what you stumbled into without realizing it, and so is everyone else. That doesn't mean we stop striving for justice or accountability, but it means we must ground those things in understanding, not assumption, in questions, not condemnation, in care, not condemnation. Because morality without compassion is not morality, it's performance. Maybe you don't need to decide who is good and who is bad. Maybe you need to ask, what happened to them? What pressures were they under? What did they lose? What did they never have? And how would I have behaved if I had been born into their story? That question doesn't erase responsibility, but it opens the door to mercy. And mercy, more than judgment, is where true morality begins. You've probably experienced it before. Someone makes a bold, controversial claim, and when challenged, they retreat into a safer, more defensible position. Later, once the pressure fades, they go right back to promoting the bold version, as if the retreat never happened. It's not just frustrating, it's confusing. And if you've ever tried to have a serious conversation in today's landscape of online debate, politics, or even personal relationships, you've likely been caught in the same trap. This is the essence of the Mott and Bailey doctrine, a quiet maneuver of language and logic that distorts truth under the guise of convenience. The name comes from medieval architecture. A bailey was the open, fertile land where people lived, free, exposed, expansive. But when danger came, they retreated to the motte, a fortified tower on a hill, narrow, secure, easy to defend. Applied to belief systems, the idea is this. People promote provocative or extreme views when unopposed, the bailey, but when challenged they fall back on safer, more palatable versions of those beliefs, the motte. Then once the challenge passes, they go back to promoting the original claim, never admitting the switch. At first, it sounds like strategy. Clever rhetoric. But beneath it lies something more troubling, the subtle erosion of truth, because in this game, truth isn't pursued, it's maneuvered. It's adapted not to match reality, but to escape consequence. And once you see it, you'll begin to notice how often it shapes conversations that appear honest, but are not. Take, for example, a claim like language is violence. In its Bailey form, it's a powerful idea that commands attention. It suggests that certain words can cause real lasting harm, not just emotional discomfort, but deep psychological or cultural damage. But when challenged, when someone says, "Are you seriously equating harsh language with physical assault?" the person retreats to the motte. "Oh, I just meant that words can be harmful, like bullying." That's a much more defensible statement. But it's not what was originally said, it's not what sparked the reaction. And here's the catch. Once the conversation moves on, they return to the bailey. They go back to promoting the provocative claim as if the retreat never occurred. No clarification, no acknowledgement, just a quiet return to the original position, now shrouded in moral urgency or ideological certainty. The line between bold claim and safe defense becomes blurry, and in that blur, clarity is lost and manipulation thrives. This doctrine isn't just used in politics or media, it appears in everyday life. You see it in spiritual circles where someone might say, everything happens for a reason when life is good, but when tragedy strikes and someone asks, so you think my suffering was meant to be, they retreat. No, I just mean that we can find meaning in hardship. Or in relationships, when someone says, I'm just being honest to excuse cruelty, and then backpedals to, I was just trying to help when confronted. It's not always malicious. Sometimes it's unconscious. It's hard to hold complex ideas in honest tension. It's hard to say, yes, I believe this, but I recognize it has flaws. So, instead, people shift between versions of the truth based on what's safest to say in the moment. But when that pattern becomes habitual, when it's used to deflect accountability or avoid discomfort, it becomes a form of intellectual dishonesty. It becomes a way to say two things at once without having to stand by either. And the deeper problem is what this does to dialogue, because real conversation depends on shared definitions, on people saying what they mean and standing by it long enough to be understood or refuted. But in a Mott and Bailey dynamic, definitions slide. You never quite know what someone means because the meaning changes under pressure. And over time, trust erodes. Debate becomes theater, and the truth becomes a moving target. This erosion isn't always obvious. It happens slowly. A society begins to lose its grip on clear meaning. Words are redefined, then weaponized. Ideas are inflated in one moment and deflated in the next. And in this shifting fog, people grow afraid to speak plainly. They worry they'll be misunderstood or worse, represented. So they either stay silent or play the same game. They pick a Bailey that sounds good and build a Mott to retreat into, and the world becomes a place where sincerity feels dangerous and performance feels safe. But you don't have to play the game. You can choose something harder, something braver. You can commit to saying what you mean even when it's uncomfortable. You can resist the urge to retreat into the Mott when challenged. You can say, yes, I believe this, and yes, I know it's complex, and yes, I'm still figuring it out. That kind of honesty is rare, but it's powerful, because it makes space for real thinking, real connection, real change. And you can call it out when you see it, not with accusation, but with curiosity. You can say, it sounds like you're saying something bold here. Can you help me understand what you really mean? Or, it seems like that idea changed when I pushed on it. Which version do you actually stand by? These aren't gotcha questions. They're invitations. Invitations to step out of the tower and walk the open ground together. The truth is, we all have our Mott and our Bailey. We all hold beliefs that feel inspiring when unchallenged and fragile when scrutinized. We all want to sound bold without risking rejection. But part of growing, philosophically, emotionally, spiritually, is learning to stand in the tension, to be honest about what you believe and open to refining it, to stop hiding your truth behind convenience. Because the world doesn't need more performances, it needs more people willing to sit in uncertainty without retreat. People who can say, this is what I think, and if I'm wrong, I want to know. That kind of humility doesn't make your ideas weaker. It makes them real. It makes them yours. So be careful with the temptation to retreat. Ask yourself, am I defending this because it's true or because it's easy? Am I changing my position to reflect deeper insight or just to avoid discomfort? Am I speaking from conviction or from fear of conflict? These are hard questions, but they point you toward integrity. Because the Mott and Bailey doctrine might win arguments, but it doesn't build truth, and in the end only truth can set you free. Even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's inconvenient, especially then. You wake up each morning thinking you're the same person you were yesterday. You carry your name, your memories, your voice. You recognize yourself in the mirror even if the reflection slowly shifts over time. You remember your childhood, your regrets, your hopes. But if you really look closely, if you pull back the comforting curtain of familiarity, you start to see something strange. Everything about you is constantly changing. Your thoughts, your beliefs, your body, even your memories. They evolve, they dissolve, they contradict each other. And this raises a deeply unsettling question. If every part of you changes, are you still you? This is the paradox behind the ship of Theseus, an ancient thought experiment that asks, if a ship has all its wooden parts replaced over time, one by one, until not a single original piece remains, is it still the same ship? At what point does it stop being what it once was? Is it when half the planks are swapped? When just one is left? Or does the identity of the ship persist beyond the parts themselves? Now, shift that question inward. You were once a child with completely different thoughts, fears, and desires. You had a smaller body, a softer voice, a simpler understanding of the world. Your cells regenerated, your memories faded and were rewritten. Your tastes evolved. The person you were at 5 or 15 or even last year is not here anymore, not in the way you think. So why do you feel like you're still the same you? Because something inside you insists on continuity, some sense of self that stitches it all together. Even if your body is not the same, even if your mind is not the same, there's a thread you feel, invisible but strong, a silent narrator behind the eyes, observing it all, saying, "This is me." But what is that narrator? Is it your soul? Your consciousness? Or is it just the illusion of memory? A survival strategy built by your brain to hold the story together. Science tells you that your body replaces almost every cell within 7 to 10 years. Your gut, your skin, your bones, constantly renewing, shedding, rebuilding. Psychologically, you've redefined your beliefs again and again, often in quiet ways you didn't even notice. What you once thought was absolutely true has likely changed, or at least softened. The anger you held 5 years ago might now feel silly. The dreams you had 10 years ago might now feel foreign, and yet you still say, "I remember that," as if the person who experienced it is still inside you. But are they? Is memory enough to bind you together, or are you just a story you keep telling yourself, edited every day, shaped by what you need to believe in order to feel like you're real? This question isn't just philosophical, it's deeply personal. Because the more you become aware of your changes, the more you might start to feel a quiet fear. If everything about me is fluid, then what can I hold on to? Who am I really? And what happens if I can't recognize myself anymore? But maybe that fear comes from asking the wrong question. Maybe instead of clinging to the idea of a static self, you can begin to see identity as a river, not fixed but flowing, not one thing but many, changing in harmony with time. You are not a single point, you are a process. You are not a stone, you are the current that carries every version of you forward. And this isn't weakness, this is grace. Because in this constant change there is also freedom. You are not trapped by your past. You are not limited by your previous beliefs or mistakes. You are allowed to evolve of parts of yourself that no longer fit. You can outgrow your own skin again and again, and still be whole. The paradox of the ship of Theseus doesn't mean identity is an illusion. It means identity is not about parts, it's about continuity, about relationship, about the pattern that holds through the change. Like a melody that evolves with each note, but is still recognizably a song. Like a fire that never has the same flame twice, yet is still the same fire. You are that melody, you are that flame. There's beauty in this. Think about how many people you've been already. The version of you that loved someone deeply and thought it would last forever. The version that failed, collapsed, rebuilt. The one who used to believe in something with all your heart. And then life happened. Each of those selves were real. Each of them served a purpose. Each of them contributed to the person you are now. And the person you are now, you will outgrow them too. You will one day look back at your current beliefs, your fears, your routines, and see them from a distance. And in that distance, you will realize you've changed again. But the self that noticed the change, the self that reflects, that questions, that feels, that part remains. Even if it's different, it remains. It's not one solid thing. It's the awareness of the shifting, the witness behind the waves. This doesn't mean identity is meaningless. It means it's alive. It means you can honor your past without being bound by it. It means you can forgive yourself for not being consistent. It means you can show compassion to the parts of you that no longer serve because they were trying to protect you. They were doing their best. And now they've passed the torch to who you are today. So the question isn't, am I still me? The question is, can I accept that who I am is allowed to change? Because identity isn't a statue, it's a dance. And every step is sacred, even the missteps. Let yourself be rewritten. Let yourself be surprised by who you become. Because what matters isn't that you stay the same, but that you remain true to the pulse inside you. The part that keeps choosing growth. The part that seeks meaning, even when meaning shifts. The part that dares to ask again and again, who am I now? And maybe that's the real miracle. Not that you remain the same, but that in all this changing, you still feel like you. Not because nothing has changed, but because something deep within you keeps saying, yes, this is still me, even as the pieces fall away, even as the planks are replaced, even as you sail forward into the unknown sea. You live most of your life based on what seems true. The ground beneath your feet feels solid. The memories in your mind feel real. The feelings in your chest seem sincere, and so you move through your days assuming that what appears to be true probably is. This seems obvious, so obvious that you rarely stop to question it. But underneath that trust in appearances lies one of philosophy's most slippery ideas. What if what seems true isn't enough? And yet, what if it's all you really have? This is the starting point of something called phenomenal conservatism. The belief that if something seems to be the case and you have no good reason to doubt it, then you are justified in believing it. It's not about certainty. It's not about proof. It's about that quiet confidence you carry when something just feels right, makes sense, or aligns with what you've seen before. In a world filled with infinite uncertainty, this principle offers a kind of grounding, a philosophical permission to believe what appears true unless and until you're given a reason not to. But here's where things get complicated, because illusions also seem real. Memories can be rewritten, intuitions can contradict, entire belief systems can be built on what once seemed self-evident. People once thought the earth was flat, that the sun circled us, that certain groups were less human. These were not minor mistakes, these were realities that felt absolutely true to entire civilizations. So how can you trust your own seemings when history shows how often they've been wrong? And yet, you still must trust something. You can't move through life paralyzed by doubt. You can't question every breath, every decision, every observation. That would lead to madness. At some point you have to start somewhere. And phenomenal conservatism offers that starting point, not as an infallible truth, but as a gentle rule of thumb. Trust your perceptions unless you have a good reason not to, but that unless matters. Because just as your sense of reality can guide you, it can also trap you. What seems true to you might not seem true to someone else. What feels obvious in one culture might be invisible in another. You see this in arguments all the time. Two people each convinced that their view is the natural one, the one that just makes sense. And neither can understand how the other doesn't see it. Each is trusting their own sense of what appears true, but their appearances are shaped by different lives. Phenomenal conservatism doesn't deny this. It just says, trust your experience, but stay open, stay humble. Understand that your mind is not a perfect mirror of the world. It's more like a lens, one that filters, colors, distorts. And the clearer you are about your own lens, the more responsibly you can use it. This becomes even more subtle when you start thinking about intuition, that deep, quiet knowing that rises up from somewhere beyond logic. You've felt it before, that sense that someone isn't safe, even if they smile, that sense that a choice is wrong, even if it makes sense on paper, that unshakable feeling that there's more to reality than what the eyes can see. These aren't provable, they aren't measurable, but they still seem real. And according to phenomenal conservatism, that might be enough, at least for now. It's not about blind faith. It's about provisional trust. You believe what seems true, but you remain willing to revise. You hold your beliefs with open hands. You say, this is how it appears to me, and unless I'm given a reason to doubt it, I will move forward with this belief. That's not arrogance. That's sanity. It's the only way to navigate a world where absolute certainty is rarely available, but it also requires responsibility. Because if you trust what seems true, then you must also ask what shapes my seemings, what shapes my perception. Trauma can twist what feels safe. Desire can distort what feels right. Fear can paint enemies where none exist. Conditioning can make injustice feel normal. So even as you trust your experience, you must question the forces that have shaped it. You must stay curious, especially when your beliefs lead to judgment, dismissal, or harm. This is the paradox of being human. You are both the observer and the filter. You are both the knower and the biased lens through which knowing occurs. And phenomenal conservatism asks you to hold that tension, to believe while remaining alert, to trust while remaining teachable. In a spiritual sense, this principle also opens the door to softer ways of knowing. Not everything you know comes from logic. Some things you know because you feel them, because you've lived them, because something within you resonates like a tuning fork struck by truth. And while others may call this subjective, to you it's undeniable. A moment of connection, a sacred presence, a dream that feels more real than waking life. These experiences seem true to you, and in the absence of reasons to reject them, perhaps they are. Not because they can be proven, but because they are deeply personally felt. Phenomenal conservatism makes space for that. It honors your inner experience, not as final authority, but as valid starting ground. It doesn't ask you to silence your intuition, it asks you to listen and then discern. Because while you may never have perfect knowledge, you can have enough to live, enough to act, enough to love. You don't need to solve the mystery of existence to trust your own heart. You don't need to explain every emotion to believe it's real. You don't need to map the entire universe to know what it feels like to be alive inside it. What seems true to you right now may one day change, and that's okay. That doesn't make your current belief a lie. It makes it a step, a stage, a necessary part of the unfolding. Every seeker knows this. Today's insight is tomorrow's doorway. What seems true now may one day seem partial, but not meaningless. So you walk gently with your beliefs. You let them guide you, not imprison you. You speak them honestly, but without demand. You let others hold their own seemings too, without needing to override them. And in doing so, you create a space where truth can breathe, where certainty loosens its grip, where wisdom grows not from control but from openness. This is the quiet grace of phenomenal conservatism, not that it gives you all the answers, but that it lets you move forward even without them. It reminds you that you don't have to be perfect to be sincere, that you don't need proof to begin, that sometimes what seems true is not the enemy of truth, but the doorway into it, and through that doorway you begin again, not with certainty, but with care, not with finality, but with trust. Trust in what appears, trust in what unfolds, trust in the part of you that continues to look gently, humbly, faithfully, for what is real. Language is the lens through which you experience reality. Every word you use doesn't just describe the world. It frames it, shapes it, sometimes even limits it. You think in concepts, and concepts are made of words. But what if the words you inherited are flawed? What if the concepts you've always used to navigate the world are outdated, distorted, or incomplete? What if the way you've been taught to speak about identity, truth, morality, even time, has been quietly shaping what you think is possible? Conceptual engineering begins here, not with accepting language as it is, but with redesigning it so it better reflects what could be. Most of the time you don't think about the words you use. You rely on inherited definitions, old categories, social scripts passed down without much question. You say success, and your mind jumps to money, status, or productivity. You say real, and you mean physical. You say normal, and you mean what's common or accepted. But hidden in each of these words is a network of assumptions. Ideas you didn't consciously choose, but which nonetheless frame how you see yourself and the world around you. And those assumptions, left unchallenged, become invisible walls. Conceptual engineering invites you to take those walls apart, not just for the sake of deconstruction, but for recreation. It asks, what if we redefined success as alignment with your deepest values instead of external achievement? What if we expanded real to include emotions, dreams, consciousness, and spiritual presence? What if normal became a word of celebration for diversity rather than conformity? You begin to see how different life could feel, how differently it could be lived, if the words you used were reshaped to honor the truths you now know but can't quite articulate. Language, after all, is a tool, and like any tool, it can either serve you or limit you depending on how it's designed. Words are not sacred, they are fluid, they evolve, they are invented, adapted, retired, and you don't have to wait for society to change them first. You can begin the work yourself. You can choose to describe your reality with new precision, with deeper compassion, with broader imagination. This matters more than you might think, because the wrong concept doesn't just misrepresent, it can harm. Think of how mental health was once discussed. The concept of hysteria pathologized women's emotions. The concept of madness erased complexity and turned suffering into threat. Or think of how gender was once tightly bound to a binary, with words that could not account for lived experience beyond two boxes. Only when the concepts began to shift, when people dared to use new language, did reality begin to reflect a broader spectrum of truth. But this shift isn't easy. It requires discomfort, resistance. People cling to old concepts because they feel familiar, and familiarity feels safe. Even when the concepts harm, they offer a kind of psychological stability. To challenge them is to risk uncertainty. To admit, maybe the way I've been speaking doesn't fit the world anymore, maybe it never did. And so, conceptual engineering takes courage. It's not about wordplay, it's about reclaiming your right to describe the world in a way that honors your experience. It's about saying, the way we've been talking about this isn't enough, and I'm not going to wait for the dictionary to catch up. I'm going to speak differently now. You already know how powerful this can be. Think of how your own life has changed when you found the right word for something you'd been feeling all along. That moment of relief when you hear someone articulate what you've never been able to express. That deep recognition when a phrase unlocks a part of yourself you thought was invisible. Words can liberate. Words can validate. Words can create space where none existed before, but only if you're willing to rebuild them. This is why philosophers, poets, activists, and mystics often sound strange at first, because they are working with language in new ways. They are twisting old words or inventing new ones, trying to capture something that doesn't yet have a name. They are saying, reality is more complex than our words allow, and we need better tools to speak it. They aren't being obscure for the sake of it. They're trying to expand the edge of the map. You can do this, too. You can question the categories you were taught. Ask, who invented this word? What assumptions does it carry? What realities does it ignore? Who benefits from this definition, and what happens if I use a different one? Take a word like failure. For most of your life, it may have felt like something shameful, a sign that you did something wrong. But what if you re-engineered that concept? What if failure became a sign of courage, of experimentation, of honesty in the face of uncertainty? The experience is the same, but the word changes everything. Or look at self. Is it your body, your thoughts, your soul, your memories, or something deeper, more mysterious, less graspable? Most people live their whole lives without realizing that the concept of self is borrowed, assumed, and never questioned. But once you begin asking, once you begin refining, it opens up whole new ways of being. You're no longer confined to one fixed identity. You become a work in progress, not a label, a process, not a possession. Even the word truth can be rewritten. In many contexts, truth is treated as a static thing, objective, final, and singular. But what if truth is also relational, evolving, layered? What if your truth today is different than it was 5 years ago, not because you were wrong then, but because you've become more? This isn't moral relativism, it's epistemic humility. It's the willingness to say, my concepts need to grow as I grow. This re-engineering isn't always linguistic, it's conceptual. You may keep the same word but redefine it in your heart. You may still say God but mean something far more spacious than a man in the sky. You may still say home but now it means presence, not a location. You may still say purpose but now it refers to a way of being, not a fixed destiny. The word remains, but the shape of the meaning shifts like light through colored glass. And in doing this, you become more than a user of language. You become a shaper of it, a co-creator of the reality you speak into existence. You begin to claim authorship over your own understanding. You stop living in other people's definitions. You start crafting your own. This is what conceptual engineering offers, not perfect clarity but conscious participation, not rigid certainty but flexible truth. It invites you to look at the words you use every day and ask, do they still fit? Do they still serve? Or do they shrink something sacred into something small? You don't have to be a scholar to do this. You just have to care about what your words are doing. You just have to be willing to speak a little slower, to think a little deeper, to choose your language like you choose your steps, with awareness, with intention, with care. And when you do, the world begins to feel different. Not because it changed, but because your words let you see it anew. Not because you escaped illusion, but because you gave yourself a better vocabulary for naming the real. Not everyone will understand. Some will resist your new definitions. Some will try to force you back into old meanings. But that's okay. The work of conceptual engineering isn't about winning arguments. It's about living in truth. And truth, when spoken in your own language, will always feel like home. There's a strange moment that happens sometimes, quiet, almost imperceptible, when you catch yourself in the middle of thinking. You might be daydreaming, judging, worrying, remembering, when suddenly, without warning, you become aware of the thought itself. As if something deeper inside you stepped back for just a moment, looked at your mind and whispered, "Look, you're thinking that." And in that instant, everything changes. You're no longer just in the thought, you're watching it. You've shifted from being the content to being the observer. And once you notice that shift, a deeper question begins to form. Who is it that's watching your thoughts? This question might seem small at first, but if you sit with it, if you really let it echo through you, it begins to open something vast. Because most of your life you've believed that your thoughts are you, that the voice in your head narrating your every move, the opinions that rise up in reaction to everything, the constant dialogue running like background noise, that this is the self, that this is who you are. But if you can observe your thoughts, then you can't be them, not entirely. You're not the anger, you're the one noticing the anger. You're not the worry, you're the one feeling it come and go. The thoughts are happening, yes, but to whom are they happening? Try watching right now. Pause, close your eyes if you want to. Just observe the next thought that floats by. Maybe it's a word, an image, a memory, a judgment. Whatever it is, notice it. And then notice the noticing. That part of you that can see the thought without getting lost in it, That's awareness. That's the observer. It doesn't speak in the usual way. It doesn't argue or judge, it just witnesses, calmly, silently. It's been there your whole life, but you may have missed it because it's so quiet. It never interrupts. It never demands, it just watches. And here's where things get even stranger. The more you rest in this awareness, the more you begin to realize that it's always been there. It was there when you were 5, staring out a window. It was there when you were 15, overwhelmed with emotion. It was there last week, watching you react to something you didn't understand. It doesn't change even though everything else does. Not your body, not your thoughts, not your moods. The observer remains constant, untouched by the storm. You might call it consciousness, presence, the seat of the soul. In spiritual traditions, it's sometimes referred to as the Atman, the witness, the silent seer. In neuroscience, they'll say it's a function of the brain's self-reflective systems. But no matter what you call it, the experience is undeniable. There is something behind the thoughts that can watch them unfold. And once you begin to identify with this observer instead of the thoughts themselves, something liberating happens. You start to unhook from the constant pull of mental chatter. You realize you don't have to believe every story your mind tells. You don't have to react to every emotion like it's a command. You can let thoughts come and go like clouds across a sky. Because now, you are the sky, not the weather. This shift is subtle but transformative. Before, a negative thought might have pulled you into despair. A fear might have consumed your nervous system. A craving might have felt irresistible. But now, you can see them for what they are. Temporary, impersonal. Not the whole of you. A thought can arise, and you can notice it, name it, and let it pass. You become less reactive, less entangled, more grounded. But this doesn't mean you become cold or detached. In fact, you become more alive. Because when you're no longer lost in your thoughts, you can actually be here. You can taste food more vividly, hear music more deeply, see people more clearly. Because your mind isn't filling in the blanks with assumptions and projections. You begin to experience reality instead of constantly narrating it. And in those quiet moments when awareness expands, you may even feel something sacred, a sense that this observer behind your thoughts is not just yours, that it may be the same observer behind every pair of eyes, that the awareness you touch when you look within may be the same awareness looking out from every being. This isn't something to be proven, it's something to be felt, and when you do, it changes how you relate to everything. Suddenly, compassion becomes easier, not because you try harder, but because the walls between you and others begin to soften. You recognize that just as you're watching thoughts come and go, so is everyone else. Though many don't realize it yet. Behind their words, their pain, their confusion, there is also awareness. The same silence watching through different eyes. And when you know this, really know it, judgment loses its grip. You stop needing to be right all the time. You stop needing to defend every identity, every opinion, every belief. Because those things too are just thoughts, just clouds. And the more you rest in awareness, the more you understand. You are not the storm. You are the sky it moves through. Of course, the mind will resist this. It will say, that's too simple, that's not enough. It will demand definitions, theories, proofs. That's its nature. It needs something to grasp. But awareness doesn't need to be grasped. It doesn't need to be explained. It just is. And you can feel it every time you take a conscious breath, every time you step out of thought and into presence. It's not always easy. You'll still get caught in stories. You'll still forget, still react, still spiral. But that's okay. The goal is not to suppress the mind. It's to remember that you're not imprisoned by it, that you can return to the witness, that you can always step back, breathe, and watch. And the more you practice this, the more spacious life becomes. You stop clinging to identity so tightly. You stop fearing change so desperately. You begin to trust the unfolding, not because you understand it, but because you are no longer fused with the part of you that needs to control it. So ask yourself, often, who is watching this thought? Who is noticing this feeling? Who is aware of this moment? Don't rush to answer. Let the question hang. Let it echo, not as a riddle to be solved, but as a doorway to enter, a space to rest in, a silence to meet, because in that silence you may find something deeper than any belief, something more stable than any thought, something more you than even your name. You may find yourself not the thinker, not the doer, not the identity, but the awareness that has been here all along, watching, waiting, loving, letting go. It's easy to believe that your emotions define you. When sadness washes over you like a heavy fog, it doesn't feel like a visitor, it feels like your truth. When anger pulses in your chest, it doesn't feel like something happening to you, it feels like who you are in that moment. And when joy bursts through, fleeting and golden, it can feel like the core of your being has finally awakened. But no matter how powerful these emotional states may be, none of them are the whole of you. They are experiences, not identities. You are not your emotions. You are the one who feels them. This is one of the hardest and most liberating truths to realize, because most of your life you've probably been conditioned to equate emotion with identity. You say things like, "I'm anxious, I'm depressed, I'm so angry right now," as if the emotion is you and not just something you're experiencing. But look closer. When you say, "I am sad," who is the I that's speaking? Isn't there a part of you that's observing the sadness? Isn't there a part of you that knows it's present and that remembers what it was like to feel something else? That part of you, the one doing the witnessing, is your awareness. And that awareness is not sad, it's not angry, it's not euphoric or terrified. It's the quiet field in which all those feelings arise and fall away. Your emotions pass through it like weather moving across the sky, sometimes heavy, sometimes light, sometimes fierce, sometimes calm. But the sky itself doesn't become the storm, and neither do you. But in the moment, emotions are convincing. They don't knock politely. They flood in and take up space. They color your thoughts, tighten your body, shift your perception. When you're angry, the world suddenly looks more hostile. When you're afraid, it shrinks. When you're joyful, it expands. Emotions are not just feelings, they are filters. They distort what you see and shape how you interpret what's happening around you. And when you're unaware of this, you mistake the filter for reality. That's why stepping back matters. That's why practicing the ability to observe your emotions without becoming them is one of the most important skills you can develop. Not to suppress your feelings, not to judge them, but to recognize that they are passing experiences, not permanent truths. You can feel them fully without confusing them with who you are. Imagine sitting by a river and watching leaves float by. Each leaf is an emotion. Grief, excitement, guilt, peace. Some are heavy, some light. Some move slowly, some rush by. If you jump into the river and try to grab each one, you'll be swept up and pulled under. But if you stay on the bank, present, curious, you can watch each one come, linger, and leave. This is what it means to be the observer of your emotion. Of course, this is easier said than done. Emotions can be overwhelming. Some are rooted in deep trauma, old wounds, ancestral memory. They don't just feel like passing clouds. They feel like storms that have been building for years. And when they come, it can feel like you have no choice but to drown. But even then, the act of noticing is powerful. Even when you feel consumed, there is still a part of you, however faint, that knows what's happening, that knows, this is anger rising in me, this is grief moving through me, this is not forever. And in that awareness, there is already freedom. Because the moment you recognize that you're feeling something, not being it, you create space. You give yourself the ability to respond, not just react. You stop spiraling into stories like, "I've always been this way," or "I'll never change," and you start to see your emotions for what they are: messages, movements, energies. They're trying to tell you something, but they are not trying to define you. This doesn't mean emotions are bad. They are vital. They're how your body speaks what your mind can't articulate. They're how you connect to others, how you understand your needs, how you process life. Emotions are information, but they are not identity. They are waves, but you are the ocean. And like the ocean, your depth is not disturbed by the surface. A storm may rage above, but the deeper layers remain still. Stillness isn't the absence of emotion, it's the presence of awareness. That's the part of you that can hold sadness with compassion, anger with curiosity, fear with softness. That's the part of you that doesn't flinch or fight, but simply witnesses, accepts, and allows. When you make space for your emotions to move, they don't control you. You don't need to deny them or drown in them. You can honor them. You can ask, "What are you trying to show me?" Maybe anger is showing you a boundary that's been crossed. Maybe sadness is asking for rest or release. Maybe anxiety is a sign that something in your life is out of alignment. Emotions are not enemies. They are guides, but they only speak clearly when you're willing to listen without identification. And this changes how you relate to others too. When someone else is consumed by emotion, rage, fear, jealousy, it's easy to judge them, to label them. But when you understand that emotions are not identity, you see them differently. You see the person behind the emotion. You remember what it's like to be caught in your own storm. And from that recognition comes compassion. You don't need to take their emotion personally. You don't need to fix it. You can witness it, just as you witness your own. You can hold space for others to feel without collapsing into their narrative. Because you know, we are all more than our emotions. And that knowledge softens everything. So the next time a feeling rises up, intense, sudden, overwhelming, pause, breathe, watch. Say gently to yourself, "This is a feeling, it is here, and it will pass." You don't have to fight it. You don't have to indulge it. You just need to let it move. Like weather, like waves, like breath. You are not broken for feeling deeply. You are not weak for being affected. But you are not defined by what moves through you. You are not your sadness. You are not your anger. You are not your anxiety. You are the one who sees it all. The still, silent, spacious awareness through which it all flows. That awareness is not moved by the tides of emotion. It is the container, the witness, the presence, and the more you rest in that space, the more peace you begin to feel, not because your emotions stop, but because they no longer own you. They become what they were always meant to be, not burdens, not identities, but sacred signals, messengers, passing clouds on a vast open sky, and that sky is you. You've been taught to say "my body" as if it were an object you owned, something solid, fixed, and wholly yours. You refer to it the way you might talk about a house or a car. You nourish it, dress it, move it through space. You claim it as your identity, your vessel, your most intimate possession. But the longer you look, the more this sense of ownership begins to dissolve. Because what you think of as your body is in constant flux. It's not a possession. It's not even a singular thing. It's a living system in motion, a symphony of processes, each of which you don't control and many of which you aren't even aware of. And if you truly understood just how little of it you command, you might start to see that your body isn't really yours at all. Every second, your body is changing. Skin cells die and fall away, muscles regenerate, your stomach lining renews itself, blood cells are recycled, neurons fire and rewire. The body you had a year ago isn't the same one you have now. In fact, most of its cells have already been replaced. Even your bones, what you think of as the most permanent part of you, undergo turnover. Every 7 to 10 years, you're physically rebuilt from the inside out. So who exactly owns what? It gets stranger. Inside, you live trillions of microorganisms, bacteria, fungi, viruses, that outnumber your human cells. They help you digest food, regulate your immune system, even influence your mood. These microbes aren't you, but you can't live without them. You don't own them, and yet they're part of you. Are you their host, their vehicle, or are they part of the you think you possess? Then there's your heartbeat. You don't tell your heart to beat. It just does. You don't will your lungs to breathe while you sleep, or direct your liver to filter toxins. These functions happen without your permission, without your awareness. If your body were truly yours, in the way your ego imagines, you would be in control. But you're not. You're more like a passenger in a self-regulating biome, a tenant in a temporary intelligence structure that keeps functioning whether you're paying attention or not. Even your brain, the so-called command center, operates largely outside your conscious will. Your thoughts arise on their own. Your memories are reshaped without asking. Your emotions flood your system before you can rationally explain them. You can't choose to remember everything. You can't will a belief to appear or a fear to vanish. You're not directing the show, you're experiencing it. So again, what part of this body is actually under your ownership? And yet you feel so deeply identified with it. Because your body is the interface through which you experience the world. Your senses are rooted in it. Sight, touch, taste, hearing, smell. Pleasure and pain both announce themselves through its channels. When your body is hurt, it's hard not to say, "I'm hurt." When it's praised, you feel worthy. When it's criticized, you feel shame. The body becomes a mirror for your identity, a canvas for society's projections, a stage for emotion and memory to play out. But this identification comes at a cost. You begin to think that you are the body. You attach to its shape, its appearance, its function. You judge yourself by it. You fear its decay. You chase its perfection. And slowly you forget that it's not you. It's not a possession you control. It's a process you're part of, a mystery you inhabit. This becomes even clearer when you face illness or aging. Suddenly the illusion of ownership shatters. A limb doesn't move the way it used to, an organ fails, a diagnosis arrives uninvited, and you realize this body is not obedient. It is not under your command. It is not a machine you built. It is a living, fragile, unpredictable phenomenon. You can care for it, but you cannot own it. You can honor it, but you cannot guarantee it. It has its own trajectory, and you are not its master. You are its witness. And maybe that's the key. To shift from ownership to stewardship. To move from claiming, "This is mine," to saying, "This is what I've been entrusted with for now." The body isn't a thing you possess. It's a companion on your journey, a deeply intelligent organism that's been evolving for billions of years, a product of stardust and sunlight, of evolution and entropy. It is ancient and new, vulnerable and strong, familiar and mysterious. It's not yours. It's a gift you're borrowing, a temporary vessel through which consciousness flows. When you see it this way, something softens. You stop fighting your body for control. You stop demanding that it look a certain way or behave on command. You stop resenting it for aging or aching or changing. And instead you begin to listen. You begin to care for it the way you'd care for a beloved animal, attuned, respectful, gentle. You stop treating it like a possession and start relating to it like a relationship. And this relationship goes both ways. Your body listens to your thoughts. It holds your stress. It tightens when you're afraid, softens when you feel safe. It remembers what your mind forgets. It stores emotion in muscle and breath and posture. Every trauma leaves an imprint. Every joy leaves a trace. It carries your story in flesh and blood, not as something you authored, but as something you experienced through it. So when you say, "my body," maybe what you really mean is the body through which I'm learning, the body that reflects the inner life you're exploring, the body that holds your contradictions, your growth, your history. It's not yours, but it is you in a different language. Not identity, not ownership, but presence. And when the time comes, because it always does, for this body to weaken, to shed, to return to the elements, you'll know that it was never really yours to lose. You were just borrowing form, borrowing sensation, borrowing time. You were the wind passing through the flute, the light flickering through the glass, the awareness dancing through this physical form. Not limited by it, not trapped in it, but expressed through it. So treat it with reverence, but not attachment. Care for it, but don't cling to it. Use it to love, to serve, to awaken, but don't confuse it for the eternal. It will pass, but you, the awareness behind the eyes, the silence beneath the heartbeat, you were never the body, you were simply visiting, and in that knowing, there is peace. You live as if time is a straight line, moving from past to present to future like beads sliding along a string. Clocks tick, calendars turn, days pass in numbered order. You remember what was, anticipate what might be, and call this structure time. It seems natural, obvious, inescapable, but what if this sense of linear time isn't a law of reality, but a product of perception? What if time isn't something that moves independently of you, but something your mind constructs to make sense of change? What if time itself is just a thought? From the moment you're born, you are immersed in time-based thinking. You learn to measure your life in seconds, hours, years. You learn to map your identity by memory, who you were, who you are, who you hope to become. You're taught that there is a before and an after, and that you're always moving forward, never backward. And yet, when you truly look, deeply, directly, you never actually leave the present moment. The past exists only as memory, the future exists only as imagination. You never step into either, you are always here. Still, this idea feels slippery, maybe even nonsensical, because memory feels real, planning feels real. Deadlines, aging, seasons, all of these seem to prove that time exists independently of your mind. But does it? Einstein famously said that time is relative, that it bends, stretches, and warps depending on speed, gravity, and perspective. For someone moving close to the speed of light, time slows down relative to someone at rest. Two observers can disagree on whether two events happened at the same moment, and both be correct. Time, in other words, is not a universal backdrop. It's a relationship. It doesn't move independently. It's entangled with perception, with context, with space. It's not a law, it's a variable. If that feels abstract, try something more immediate. Think about how time feels when you're in pain. It stretches, slows, thickens. Now think about how it feels when you're immersed in joy. It vanishes. An hour feels like 5 minutes. Or consider the way memory works. Some moments from years ago feel fresh, close, emotionally vivid. Others from last week are already gone. This isn't how linear time behaves. This is how attention behaves. Time bends around your consciousness, not the other way around. And if time can bend, shift, and even disappear based on your mental state, then what is it really? Perhaps it's just a framework, a thought your mind uses to organize experience, a way of ordering events so they feel manageable, so you can tell a story. Because without time, narrative collapses. Identity blurs. The you that wakes up today needs to feel connected to the you from 10 years ago to believe that there is a consistent self, and time provides the scaffolding for that illusion of continuity. But is that continuity real or just remembered? Zen masters and mystics across cultures have long insisted on this truth, that time is not what it appears to be, that the past is gone, the future unreal, and only the now exists, that this moment, this breath, this awareness is all that's ever truly available. You can think about the past, you can imagine the future, but both thoughts are happening here, now. The irony is that by obsessing over time, you often miss the present. You rush from one task to the next, always chasing what's next, measuring progress, fearing loss, regretting what's gone. But in doing so, you lose the very thing time was supposed to help you understand: the experience of being alive. You become so focused on when that you forget the miracle of this. Time anxiety grows from this: the fear of running out, the feeling that you're behind, that you haven't done enough. But who decides what enough means? Who sets the pace? These pressures are not written into the fabric of the universe. They're inherited mental structures, cultural concepts, internalized expectations. You are not bound by them. You are allowed to step outside. And when you do, when you rest fully in the present without trying to hold on to what was or rush toward what's next, something profound happens. The mind quiets, the body softens, the need to become gives way to the grace of simply being. Time as a psychological weight dissolves. You realize you are never moving through time. You are always still, watching change unfold within you like waves rising and falling on the ocean's surface. Even aging, the great marker of time's passage, becomes a story you tell. Your body changes, yes, but is change proof of time, or just proof of impermanence? Flowers bloom and wither, stars are born and die, mountains rise and erode. None of these require the concept of time to occur. They unfold, they transition, they shift from one state to another. But the measurement of those changes, that's something humans invented. Time isn't the cause, it's the label. This idea may be hard to sit with. Your mind clings to time because it offers structure, and structure offers comfort. Without it, things feel chaotic, undefined. But what if the real discomfort isn't time itself, but the story of time? The idea that it's running out, that you're running out, that there's somewhere else you're supposed to be, something else you're supposed to become, that you're behind, or ahead, or too late, or too early. These are not truths. These are thoughts, and thoughts can be rewritten. You are allowed to unhook from the clock. You are allowed to measure life by depth, not duration, by presence, not productivity. You are allowed to trust that this moment contains everything you need, not as a cliché, but as a reality. The more you return to this now, the more you live here, the less power time holds over you. This doesn't mean you abandon planning or memory. It doesn't mean you forget your responsibilities or live in denial of change. It means you see time for what it is, a tool, not a master, a framework, not a fate. And in that seeing, you are free. Because time was never a law, it was only a thought. And you, awareness, presence, the still point in the turning world, you were never a thought. You are the space in which all thoughts arise. You are the timeless, and you've been here all along. You've always been taught to think of time as a flowing river, moving from a fixed past through a fleeting present and into an uncertain future. It feels linear, directional, inevitable. You believe the past is behind you, finished. The present is what you're living through, and the future hasn't happened yet. But what if that model isn't true? What if time doesn't really flow at all? What if every moment that ever was and ever will be is already here, existing not in sequence but all at once? This is the heart of eternalism, a view in the philosophy of time that turns everything you've ever believed about reality on its head. According to this theory, past, present, and future aren't separate stages. They're equally real, equally alive, equally present. Like pages in a book, already written, already printed, you can only read one at a time, but they all exist together. You're not walking a line of time. You're standing in a vast landscape of moments, with your consciousness tuned into just one section of it. Think about this carefully. It means that your birth is still happening, that your first heartbreak, your favorite childhood day, your last breath, all of them still exist right now in some deep layer of the fabric of reality. You don't experience them all at once, but that's only because of the limitations of perception. It's not that those other moments are gone. It's that you are currently focused on this one, like a flashlight in a dark room, lighting up one scene at a time. Physics has been edging toward this view for decades. In Einstein's theory of relativity, there is no absolute now. What is the present for you might be the past or future for someone moving at a different speed or in a different gravitational field. The flow of time isn't universal, it's relative. And when you fully follow that logic, the only consistent conclusion is that all points in time are equally valid, equally real. Time isn't flowing like a river, it's more like a frozen lake already formed and you're just skating across it in a particular pattern. This doesn't mean you experience everything at once. Your consciousness still moves moment to moment. You still remember the past and anticipate the future. But that movement is not time, it's attention. Time, from the perspective of eternalism, is like a tapestry. Every thread is already woven, every pattern is already there. Your life, with all its highs and lows, with every joy and sorrow, is not being written as you go. It's already complete, and you are moving through it, point by point, like a needle tracing a thread. This realization can be both unsettling and freeing. If all moments already exist, do you really have free will? Are you just living out a script you can't see? Or is your movement through the tapestry itself an expression of will, free not in changing the pattern, but in how you meet each stitch, each scene, each breath? Eternalism doesn't mean fatalism. It doesn't mean your choices don't matter. It means every choice you ever made, and will make, already exists. But your experience of making them, your feeling of agency, is just as real. The paradox is that you are both a traveler and the path. The moment of choice, the consequences of that choice, the reflection years later, they all coexist. You are just encountering them one at a time. And this has strange consequences. It means that right now, somewhere in the architecture of time, the best day of your life is still happening. So is the worst. So is that quiet moment when everything finally made sense, or when you felt something holy stir inside you. Nothing is lost. Nothing is erased. Time doesn't take. It simply hides. Beneath the illusion of sequence is a stillness, a completeness in which everything already is. You've felt echoes of this, haven't you? That strange déjà vu. That dream that felt like memory. That sense of having already lived through something you're only now encountering. You chalk it up to mystery, to coincidence. But perhaps it's the mind brushing up against another moment in the eternal field, just for an instant. Perhaps it's not memory or imagination, but awareness, briefly flickering beyond the veil of now. The mystics speak of this too, the idea that all of creation exists in an eternal present, that to touch the divine is to step outside time, to see your life not as a line but as a sphere, complete and perfect in every direction. In those rare states of expanded consciousness, through meditation, near-death experiences, altered states, people often report seeing their whole life at once, not like a timeline but like a panorama, not like a story but like a sculpture. Eternalism turns your whole orientation upside down. You're no longer marching through time, you're immersed in it. You're not moving through a changing world. You're moving through a static, eternal totality, and what changes is your experience of it. This doesn't make your life less meaningful. In fact, it makes every moment more precious, because each one is a fixed jewel in the structure of reality, never lost, never erasable, and this can bring peace. If your happiest moments still exist, they're not just memories. They're real in the architecture of time. If your grief and pain still exist, they are held too, not to be relived endlessly, but to be acknowledged as part of the eternal mosaic. Nothing is ever truly gone. It's all here, layered into the fabric of being. So what do you do with this knowledge? Maybe you stop trying so hard to outrun the past. Maybe you stop grasping so desperately for the future. Maybe you start trusting that your life is not a race, but a revelation, unfolding in exactly the way it was always meant to. Maybe you begin to see yourself not as a victim of time, but as a participant in a timeless dance. this moment right now was always going to happen, not because you're trapped, but because you are in something far larger than linearity, something timeless, something sacred. And within that sacred field your life is already complete, not because it's over, but because it was never incomplete to begin with. You are not a fleeting creature moving through time. You are a timeless presence moving through form. And all of time, all at once, is right here waiting for you to remember. From the moment you're born, you begin to live with the shadow of death. It sits at the edge of every birthday candle, every celebration, every moment of joy. You might not always think about it consciously, but it lingers there, quiet and inevitable. In the West, you've been taught that death is the final punctuation mark, the great ending, the cessation of the story. You're born, you live, and then you die. And what comes after, if anything, is a matter of belief, mystery, or silence. But in other traditions, particularly throughout Eastern philosophy, death is not viewed as the opposite of life at all. It's not an end, it's a return, a continuation, a transformation. You've likely heard the phrase, death is the opposite of birth, not the opposite of life. But that statement holds more truth than it first appears to, because when you look deeply, life and death are not two opposing forces locked in a cosmic battle. They are two aspects of one larger rhythm, two notes in a repeating melody. Life is not something that gets interrupted by death. Life includes death. Life, in its totality, is birth, growth, decay, dissolution, and rebirth. It is a circle, not a line. Western culture tends to fear death because it treats it as a negation of everything that makes you human. Your personality, your relationships, your identity, your goals. Death is seen as the undoing of everything you worked so hard to build. It feels like erasure. The ego, which clings to structure and continuity, resists this more than anything else. Because to the ego, death is annihilation. To the thinking mind, it is a wall with nothing behind it. But that's only one lens. In many Eastern traditions, like Hinduism, Buddhism, Taoism, death is not something to fear. It's not the opposite of life, but a necessary counterpart. It's a folding in, not a disappearance. In Hinduism, death is part of samsara, the endless cycle of birth, life, death, and rebirth. The soul is not destroyed, it continues, shedding old forms like a snake sheds skin. Life flows into life. In Buddhism, death is not viewed as tragic but as natural. The self you think you are, this bundle of thoughts, sensations, attachments, is already impermanent. It was never fixed to begin with. So death isn't the end of something real. It's simply the falling away of illusion. And in Taoism, there is no fear of death because there is no clinging to form. The Tao flows through all things, and forms arise and dissolve like waves in the sea. You don't mourn the wave returning to the ocean. You don't grieve the sunset for disappearing. In this view, death is just another transformation, not something gone, but something returned. Even in nature, you see this pattern repeated endlessly. Leaves fall and feed the soil. The animal that dies becomes food for others. The forest that burns gives way to new growth. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is final. Life consumes death, and death nourishes life. They're not enemies. They are partners in a cosmic dance. And deep down, haven't you always felt this? The way grief softens over time into something strangely sacred. The way even in the deepest sorrow there's a kind of beauty, a hush, a holiness. It's because part of you knows that death is not the interruption of life. It's part of its sacred rhythm. It's a gateway, not a grave. But the mind struggles with this, because it wants continuity, it wants to remain as it is forever. And death doesn't allow that. So the fear persists. Not always as terror, but as subtle tension, as the rush to do more, to be more, as the background anxiety that whispers, you're running out of time. But what if you're not? What if time is just a way of organizing change, and death is just another kind of change? When someone you love dies, it hurts not just because they're gone, but because part of your own story dies with them. Their voice, their touch, the way they reflected your identity back to you, it disappears. And in that disappearance, you are forced to let go of the illusion that anything in life can be held onto. Death teaches you the hardest lesson, that attachment brings suffering. And yet death also teaches the deepest love, because when you know something is impermanent, you cherish it more, you see it clearly. You don't take it for granted. Some say that death gives life its meaning, that if we lived forever, nothing would matter. But perhaps it's more accurate to say, death reminds you that meaning isn't in duration, it's in presence, in depth, in the quality of your attention. A single conscious breath, taken in full awareness, may hold more life than a year spent half awake. And here's the strangest thing. The part of you that watches your fear of death, the awareness behind it, that part doesn't fear. That part feels untouched, eternal even. Because the fear of death belongs to the body, to the ego, to the story you've been telling. But awareness is not a story, it's not a form, it doesn't age, it doesn't begin or end, it simply is. When you connect with that awareness, whether through meditation, stillness, love, or awe, you touch something beyond fear. You don't escape death, but you stop resisting it. You see that what you truly are was never born and can never die. What dies is form. What dies is name, identity, memory. But the essence, the silent witness, remains. And maybe this is what all spiritual paths are pointing toward in different ways, the recognition that death is not the end of life, but a passage into deeper life, a return to source, a homecoming, not a punishment, but a completion. And when you know this, not just intellectually but viscerally, you begin to live differently. You stop running, you stop clinging, you stop needing everything to last forever, because you know that nothing real is ever lost. So when death comes, and it will, it doesn't have to be a thief. It can be a teacher, a threshold, a sacred closing of one chapter and the turning of the page. Not the opposite of life, just another expression of it, another face of the divine. And as strange as it sounds, that realization brings peace. A peace that isn't passive but vibrant. A peace that lets you live more fully, more bravely, more openly. Because when you're no longer afraid of the end, you're finally free to begin. And this beginning is happening now, in this breath, in this moment that will never come again. And yet somehow, in the mystery of eternity, it never truly left. You've always heard that life is a gift, that to be born is a blessing, that bringing a child into the world is one of the most beautiful, sacred acts a human being can perform. Culture, religion, and tradition all affirm this, often without question. The continuation of life is seen as inherently good. The miracle of birth held as one of the highest experiences of love and purpose. But beneath this deeply ingrained belief lies a provocative and unsettling question. What if it isn't always good to be born? What if bringing life into existence without consent into a world filled with suffering, uncertainty, and death is not a moral triumph, but a moral risk? This is the heart of anti-natalism, a philosophical position that challenges one of humanity's most unquestioned assumptions. Anti-natalists argue that to bring someone into existence is not automatically a neutral or positive act. It is an imposition, one that carries profound ethical consequences. Because to create life is to expose that life to pain, to hunger, to heartbreak, to disease, to loneliness, and ultimately to death. No one consents to being born, and once born, no one escapes the inevitable wounds of existence. At first, this may sound nihilistic, even offensive. It cuts directly against the instinctive joy many feel when imagining the creation of new life. But anti-natalism doesn't arise from hatred of life. It arises from compassion, from a deep sensitivity to suffering, from the awareness that no matter how wonderful life can be, it is also deeply fragile, and that for every moment of beauty there exists a counterweight of pain that no person can fully avoid. Think about your own life. How many times have you suffered in ways you didn't choose? How many times have you watched those you love break under burdens they never asked for? Life offers joy, yes, but it offers no guarantees. To be alive is to be vulnerable, to heartbreak, to betrayal, to meaninglessness. And antinatalism asks, is it ethical to impose that vulnerability on someone, just because we believe the highs might outweigh the lows? Philosopher David Benatar, one of antinatalism's most prominent voices, argues that there is an asymmetry in the ethics of birth. The absence of suffering is always good, even if no one exists to enjoy that good. But the absence of pleasure is not bad, unless there is someone who is deprived of it. In other words, not being born means you miss out on pleasure, yes, but you also miss out on pain. And because no one is harmed by not being born, but someone is potentially harmed by being born, it becomes ethically safer not to create life. This idea forces you to confront a deeper question. Why do we create life? Is it for the child's benefit or our own? Parents often say they want to share their love, their values, their world. They imagine the child laughing, growing, thriving. But is that desire truly about the child, or about fulfilling a human need for continuity, for meaning, for connection? If a potential life cannot consent to existence, and if that existence will inevitably include suffering, do we bear a moral responsibility for the pain we've enabled? In many spiritual traditions, life is seen as a school, a place to learn, to evolve, to transcend suffering. From this perspective, birth is not a curse, but an opportunity. Suffering isn't a problem, it's a path. But antinatalism challenges this too, because even if life offers the possibility of growth, there is no guarantee that one will reach those teachings. Many suffer endlessly without awakening. Many die in despair, never having found clarity or healing or love. And the idea that life might offer meaning doesn't erase the reality that it often doesn't. Is it ethical to gamble with someone else's fate based on what might be possible? This isn't an argument for despair. It's an invitation to look honestly, to question the romanticism we place around birth, to ask whether the desire to create life is rooted in the well-being of that life or in something else. And once you ask that question, others follow. Is choosing not to have children an act of cowardice or of courage? Is it selfish or selfless? Is the preservation of life always the highest moral act, or can restraint too be sacred? Antinatalism also intersects with ecological and global concerns. In a world already strained by overpopulation, environmental degradation, and finite resources, the choice to not bring new life into the system becomes not just personal, but planetary. Some see it as an act of mercy, not just for the unborn, but for the earth itself. In this light, antinatalism becomes less about despair and more about responsibility, about seeing life not as something to endlessly multiply, but something to tend with care. And yet, life is precious. You've seen it. In the eyes of a newborn, in the laughter of someone you love, in the quiet courage of those who carry suffering with grace. Life, despite all, has moments of profound wonder. But antinatalism doesn't deny this. It simply asks whether those moments justify the risk of the pain that must come with them, whether the potential for joy outweighs the certainty of harm, whether it's right to create life when non-existence avoids all suffering without denying anyone anything, because that potential being does not exist to desire. This position isn't comfortable. It pushes against biology, instinct, culture, and spiritual belief. But that's why it matters. Philosophy isn't here to make you comfortable. It's here to reveal the unexamined assumptions that guide your most sacred choices. It's here to ask, what does it really mean to do no harm? What does it mean to be responsible for the life of another? You don't need to become an antinatalist to benefit from this inquiry. The point isn't to reject life. It's to deepen your reverence for it, to recognize that creating life is not a right but a responsibility of immense weight, that birth is not simply a miracle but a mystery with moral dimensions, that the choice to bring someone into this world should be made not casually, not blindly, but with eyes wide open to the gravity of what it means to exist. Because to exist is to suffer, but to exist is also to awaken, to connect, to feel, to choose, and in the face of all this complexity, antinatalism does not offer simple answers. It offers a mirror, one that asks you to look at what it truly means to give life, and whether, in some cases, love might look like choosing not to. And in that stillness you are invited not to despair, but to become deeply, courageously honest, not about what you've been told life should be, but about what it actually is, not always beautiful, but always real. What if death isn't the end of the story, but just a comma in an infinite sentence? What if who you are now is simply one chapter in a much longer tale, written in different languages, lived in different bodies, scattered across time like echoes? The idea of reincarnation isn't new. It is ancient, persistent, and deeply woven into the spiritual fabric of many cultures around the world. Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, certain tribal traditions, and even some strains of mystic Christianity all carry whispers of the same haunting notion that after death, the soul continues, not as a ghost or memory, but as a traveler who steps from one body into another, one life into the next. At its heart, reincarnation asks you to question what you really are. Are you your name, your memories, your personality, or are you something more subtle, something that survives the burning away of all those temporary identifiers? If you were born into another body, with different parents in a different century, with no recollection of this current life, would you still be you? That question alone begins to unravel the illusion that the self is a static thing. Reincarnation doesn't just ask where you go when you die, it asks who it is that goes. In many Eastern traditions, reincarnation is not viewed romantically. It's not a mystical reward, but rather part of a larger cycle of bondage and evolution. In Hinduism, the soul, called Atman, is bound to the cycle of samsara, the endless turning of birth, death, and rebirth. And what drives this cycle is karma, not as punishment or reward, but as cause and effect. Every action, thought, and intention ripples outward, shaping the conditions of future existence. If your life, now, is filled with hardship, perhaps it's the unfolding of choices made lifetimes ago, not as punishment, but as an opportunity for learning, for growth, for balance. Buddhism offers a more subtle version. It denies the existence of a permanent soul. To Buddhists, there is no unchanging self that migrates from body to body. Instead, what reincarnates is a stream of consciousness, carrying tendencies, cravings, karmic imprints. You're not reborn as the same person. You're reborn as the echo of a process that hasn't yet found liberation. The goal, then, isn't to keep returning, it's to wake up, to break the cycle, to dissolve the illusion of separateness entirely. These ideas are not just theological, they have psychological depth. Whether or not you believe in literal reincarnation, the concept reflects something you already know intuitively, that patterns repeat, that energy continues, that your life didn't start with your birth and won't end with your death, not necessarily in terms of identity, but in terms of impact, of resonance, of consciousness. You've likely felt it yourself, that strange familiarity with certain places, certain people, certain wounds, the sense that some experiences feel old, as if they didn't begin with you, the way you're drawn to things without explanation, the way some fears feel ancient, the way some talents feel inherited from nowhere. Some call this genetic memory, others call it ancestral trauma, but the principle is the same. Your life is not isolated, it is entangled with what came before, and perhaps with what will come after. Reincarnation also offers a radical shift in how you see others. If the soul returns again and again, then every person you meet may have been someone you've met before, a friend, a rival, a parent, a child, a stranger you passed on the street 300 years ago. This makes cruelty harder. It makes compassion more urgent. Because if everyone is on their own karmic journey, if everyone is a soul in progress, then judgment fades. You begin to see people not as good or bad, but as unfolding, learning, forgetting, and remembering and forgetting again. And what about you? If you've lived before, what lessons are you still carrying? What patterns are you repeating? What desires have followed you from body to body, lifetime to lifetime, trying to complete themselves through action, love, success, or escape? What is your soul still trying to understand? Reincarnation, when taken seriously, demands responsibility. If you are the author of your next life, if your current choices plant the seeds of future selves, then nothing is meaningless. Every moment becomes part of a deeper education. Every wound, a teacher. Every kindness, a future blessing. Life is not random. It is architecture. Even your suffering may have purpose, not imposed from outside, but arising from the blueprint your soul has shaped through its long, mysterious journey. Of course, there are those who reject reincarnation entirely, who see it as myth, as wishful thinking, as a way to soften the terror of death by imagining it isn't final. And yes, it can be misused, turned into a spiritual ego trip, or a way to justify injustice. But even if you set aside metaphysics, there is symbolic truth here that cannot be ignored. Because even in this one life, you are reborn constantly. Every time you let go of an old identity, every time you surrender to change, every time you grieve and then love again, you reincarnate, not in another body, but in the same one, lived differently. You die to who you were. You awaken to who you're becoming. And that process of dying and being born again is what makes you truly alive. So, whether reincarnation is literal or metaphorical, it carries the same message. You are not finished. You are not fixed. You are not singular. You are part of a continuum, a river of consciousness that never stops flowing. And your job is not to control it, but to learn how to ride it with grace. You may not remember your past lives. You may not know what comes after this one. But you do know that something within you wants to grow, to understand, to free itself from the habits and attachments that keep cycling through. You can feel the longing to break patterns, to live with more love, less fear. That longing is the soul's memory, its whisper, its compass. And so you live, not as a static being, but as a traveler, a student, a spark moving through form after form, learning what it means to be conscious, what it means to choose, what it means to suffer and still love. Perhaps you've been here before. Perhaps you'll be here again. But for now, this life is the classroom you're sitting in. This breath is the doorway. And whatever comes next, the lesson is always the same. Wake up, love deeply, and leave the world a little lighter than you found it. Right now, as you sit wherever you are, listening to these words, there may be another version of you somewhere else, doing something entirely different. A version that turned left instead of right. A version that said yes instead of no. A version that kissed the person you walked away from, or never sent the message you're still thinking about. Every fork in the road you've ever faced. Every door you didn't open. Every what if you've carried like a ghost. What if none of them disappear? What if they're all still playing out somewhere? This is the haunting, beautiful premise of modal realism, a philosophical theory that claims every possible version of reality isn't just imagined or hypothetical, it's real, not metaphorically, not in your mind, actually, physically real, that every decision, every possibility, no matter how slight or strange or catastrophic, creates its own world, that there exists not just one universe but an infinite number, and in those universes are infinite versions of you. Modal realism doesn't suggest that these worlds are less real than the one you're in. It claims they are all equally real, equally existent, equally unfolding in parallel to this one. It means that every outcome you've ever considered has already happened. Somewhere, in some universe, you took the job. You stayed, you left, you never met them, you said the thing you regret, or you didn't. Somewhere you are living out all the other possibilities your life could have become. At first glance, this might sound like science fiction, like something out of a novel or a thought experiment. But the seeds of it exist in modern physics too. The many-worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, for example, proposes that each time a quantum event has multiple outcomes, the universe splits into distinct branches, one for each possibility. These aren't shadows. They're actual, separate universes, parallel realities where different versions of events unfold. And if quantum events define all physical matter, including your brain, your choices, your reality, then you too are part of that branching. Every second, your life is fanning out into infinite versions, each as complete and complex as this one. Modal realism takes this implication seriously. It doesn't ask, what if? It says, yes, all of it. So what does that mean for you here, in this particular version of reality? It means you are not singular. You are not the only you. You are one thread in a vast cosmic tapestry. And the choices you make don't just close doors, they open new worlds. The life you're living is one expression of a limitless self, and that self, in all its infinite forms, is still you. Not in the way your ego understands identity, but in the way that potential expresses itself. This can be both liberating and overwhelming. On one hand, it softens regret, because nothing is truly lost. The love you didn't fight for, somewhere you did. The path you were too afraid to take, someone with your name took it. That bolder version of you is already living the consequences, and so is the more cautious one. You don't have to carry every what-if like a wound, because every what-if is being lived out, just not here. But there's another side, the existential disorientation. If all versions of you exist, which one is real? Which one is you? Is this life just one of many, flickering in and out of the cosmic spotlight? If everything happens somewhere, does anything truly matter? These are the uncomfortable questions modal realism invites you to sit with. But perhaps the gift of this theory isn't to confuse you, it's to awaken you. Because once you realize that every possible version of you is already unfolding, you stop clinging to the idea of being perfect. You stop obsessing over missed chances. You stop holding yourself hostage to one version of life. And instead, you begin to focus on the only thing you ever really have, this moment, this you, this branch of the tree. You may never meet your alternate selves, but you are responsible for this one, for how you show up in this version of the world. And knowing there are other yous out there, braver, kinder, colder, crueler, can inspire a strange kind of clarity. Because while you may not be able to control all the other realities, you can shape this one. And that choice carries a sacred weight. Think about it. In a universe of infinite outcomes, the fact that you're here, listening, breathing, reflecting, this version of you is not random. It's meaningful. Out of all the possible branches of time and experience, this is the one you're inhabiting. And that makes it special, not because it's better, but because it's yours, and you get to decide what kind of version of yourself you want to be in this life. Will you choose courage or comfort? Will you speak the truth or stay quiet? Will you live wide open, knowing that the only reality you can touch is this one? And here's another thought. Maybe these infinite selves aren't just separate from you. Maybe they inform you. Maybe their echoes shape your instincts, your dreams, your déjà vu. Maybe that feeling that you've been here before is real, because in some world you have. Maybe the dream that felt like a memory isn't just fantasy but a transmission from another thread. Maybe the lines between these versions aren't as sharp as you think. If that's true, then you're not just an isolated being in one universe. You're part of a multidimensional chorus of selves, all learning, all growing, all exploring different facets of what it means to be you. And that collective journey is bigger than anything you can imagine. You are not alone, not even in yourself. But don't get lost in the infinite. Don't use the theory to escape responsibility or numb the beauty of this world. Let it humble you. Let it expand you. Let it bring you closer to the wonder of existing, here, in this life, with these people, with this heart. Because this version of you is irreplaceable. This moment is non-transferable, and no other universe contains this exact combination of choices, chances, and consciousness. You may exist in countless forms, but you are living this one. So live it fully. Speak what your other selves might be afraid to say. Love in a way they might have forgotten. Walk through this world like it's sacred. Because it is. Even if somewhere another version of you is walking a different path, you're here now, and that's more than enough. There is an ancient teaching whispered through Himalayan winds, etched in the folds of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, that says you do not have to wait until the moment of physical death to enter the realm of the bardo. You can die before you die, and in doing so you awaken to a truth that most never glimpse, not in their waking life, not even in the final breath. The bardo in Tibetan Buddhism is the space between lives, the luminous interval after death and before rebirth. But more than that, it is a mirror, a realm of shifting visions, where the self is unanchored, and what you see is the unfiltered projection of your own mind. It is not a place, but a state, not linear time, but an unfolding of perception untethered from form. But what if this bardo isn't only waiting at the end of life? What if every moment of loss, every collapse of identity, every deep spiritual surrender is a small death? An entry into a personal bardo. What if the mystery of death is not some distant, final event, but something that flickers within you each time your ego dissolves, each time your known world falls away? To die before you die is to awaken now, not through ideas, not through belief, but through radical release. Because the bardo is not just about what happens when your body stops. It's about what happens when your attachments dissolve. Your name, your role, your sense of solidity, these are the things that cling to you like shadows. But in the bardo you lose your shadow. You float. You face the raw, naked light of your own consciousness, and there's nothing to hide behind. According to Tibetan tradition, after death, the soul moves through a series of bardos, intermediate states, where it encounters peaceful deities, wrathful deities, dreamlike landscapes, and karmic visions. But these are not external beings. They are internal forces, mental imprints, symbols of your own unprocessed fears and desires. The light you see in the bardo is your own awareness, reflected back at full intensity, and depending on your clarity in life, it will either liberate you or terrify you. The teaching is clear. If you are unprepared, you will mistake the light for a threat. You will cling to familiar illusions. You will be overwhelmed by the projections of your own mind. But if you've practiced letting go, if you've learned how to die before you die, then in the bardo you can recognize the truth. You can awaken. You can step off the wheel of rebirth entirely. That's the purpose of spiritual practice in Tibetan Buddhism. Not to gain merit or win favor, but to prepare for the bardo, to become familiar with what it means to lose form, to train your mind to remain calm, lucid, and unattached, even when everything dissolves. And if you think that sounds extreme or mystical, ask yourself this: have you never experienced your own small bardos? Think of the moments when life fell apart, when a relationship ended, when you lost someone, when your identity crumbled. The emptiness, the confusion, the fear, the strange beauty, those were bardos. You weren't who you were anymore, and you weren't yet who you would become. You were in between, floating, disoriented, and yet in that space something opened. A clarity, a silence, a doorway. That's the gift of the bardo. It's terrifying, yes, but it's also a threshold, because when you have nothing left to hold on to, you begin to see what remains. And what remains is not your job title, or your history, or your plans. What remains is presence, awareness, the deep, unborn silence beneath all identity. To die before you die is to willingly step into that silence, to see through the illusion of self while still breathing, And in doing so, you begin to navigate life as one who has already seen the void, and come back with open eyes. This doesn't mean detachment in the cold sense. It doesn't mean apathy. It means freedom. It means you no longer fear change, because you've died to the illusion of permanence. It means you no longer cling to identity, because you've seen it dissolve. And it means you live with a kind of fierce compassion, because you know everyone around you is navigating their own bardos, their own dissolutions, their own thresholds. The Bardo teachings also remind you that death is not to be feared but met, not as an enemy but as a teacher. In fact, Tibetan masters often meditate in charnel grounds, not to be morbid, but to confront impermanence, to strip away the veil of denial that most people live behind, because once you make peace with death, you make peace with life. You stop needing it to be a certain way. You stop resisting its flow. And in that surrender there is power, because now every moment becomes a kind of bardo, a doorway between what was and what will be. Every breath is a threshold. And when you meet it consciously, you are no longer drifting, you are choosing. You are meeting life from a place beyond fear. What if the most profound wisdom is not found in holding on, but in letting go? What if the way to truly live is to practice dying, not physically but psychologically? To die to the story you've built around who you are. To die to your attachments. To die to your fears, your masks, your ambitions, and in that death, to discover something deeper. Something that was never born and cannot die. Tibetan texts describe a moment in the Bardo where a brilliant, clear light appears. It is the light of your original mind, your true nature. If you recognize it, you become liberated. If you fear it, you turn away, and the cycle continues. But that light isn't only waiting after death. It's here, right now. It's the awareness behind your eyes, the silence beneath all change. You don't need to wait for your body to fail to meet that light. You can meet it now, by turning inward, by sitting still, by allowing all the identities to fall away and asking, who is watching? Who is aware of the fear? Who sees the clinging? And in that seeing something loosens. You are no longer the storm, you are the sky. No longer the thoughts, you are the witness. And in that moment, you have entered the Bardo consciously, not as a victim of death, but as a traveler of truth. To die before you die is not an end. It is a beginning. It is the birth of the one within you who cannot be shaken, who cannot be broken, who cannot be lost. It is the realization that what you are is not this name, not this face, not this fleeting chapter, but the light that sees all of it. And when the real death comes, it will not be a terror. It will be a homecoming, because you will have already walked through the fire and discovered there was never anything to burn, only light watching itself unfold. You live in a world where knowledge is king, where evidence reigns, data builds the foundation of truth, and science is often seen as the supreme authority on what is real. And yet, within you, there is a quieter truth that science cannot quite touch. A sense of wonder, a longing for meaning, a feeling, sometimes, that something vast and sacred is breathing through your life, that behind the laws of physics there is something softer, older and infinitely more intimate. And in that space where scientific explanation falters, where numbers meet mystery, a question emerges: can both realities be true? Can reason and reverence coexist? Can science and soul speak without one having to silence the other? This is where the idea of non-overlapping magisteria enters. Proposed by evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould, this concept suggests that science and religion, or more broadly the empirical and the spiritual, occupy separate domains of teaching authority, separate magisteria. Science explains the how, religion explores the why. One describes the mechanics of the universe, the other the meaning. And when they are kept in balance, neither has to invalidate the other. Instead, they illuminate different dimensions of the same mystery. In other words, science can describe how a star is born, what fusion is, what elements it produces, but it cannot tell you why staring up at that star at night makes you cry. It can trace the electrochemical signals that produce emotion, but not the meaning of the emotion itself. It can map the architecture of your brain when you're in love, but it cannot define the sacredness of loving someone so much it reshapes who you are. This is not a weakness of science. It is a boundary of its design. Science is a tool, powerful, precise, and essential. It asks questions that can be measured, tested, and repeated, but it cannot answer questions that dissolve under measurement. It cannot locate the soul in an MRI. It cannot dissect the silence in a cathedral. It cannot prove why poetry matters, or what the purpose of suffering is, or what it means to transcend. Yet there is a strange tendency to treat science as the only lens through which reality can be validated. To believe that if something cannot be proven, it must be fantasy. That if it cannot be measured, it must be meaningless. But you know that's not true. Because some of the most important aspects of being alive, love, grief, beauty, awe, are immeasurable. They are subjective, elusive, and yet undeniably real. You've felt them, they move you, they shape your life in ways no laboratory ever could. His is the soul's domain, its magisterium. It's not concerned with evidence. It's concerned with experience, with inner truth, with the mysterious, numinous sense that life is more than just particles and probability, that there is something enduring beneath all the change, something that whispers through dream and death, through longing and silence, through meditation and madness. And when the soul speaks, it doesn't sound like a lecture. It sounds like music, like myth, like a story that doesn't need to be factual to be true. This is why trying to use science to invalidate spirituality is like using a microscope to study a sunrise. You'll see the dust, the particles, the scattering of light, but you'll miss the awe. You'll miss the moment of stillness it evokes in your chest. You'll miss the holiness that doesn't ask to be proven, only to be felt. Likewise, when spirituality overreaches, when it tries to explain the workings of the physical world without evidence, it too steps out of its magisterium, and this is where confusion begins. When religion denies evolution, or when mysticism replaces medicine, the domains overlap and distort. The key is not to blur the boundaries, but to honor them, to let science illuminate the structure of reality and let the soul interpret its meaning. You can believe in both. You can bow to the rigor of science and still pray. You can accept the Big Bang and still light candles for the dead. You can believe that consciousness arises from neurons and still know with every fiber of your being that awareness itself carries something divine. Because the soul doesn't need to compete with science. It's not trying to explain the same thing. It's trying to speak to the part of you that stands at the edge of knowledge and still wonders. The part of you that weeps without knowing why. That dreams in symbols, that craves not just understanding, but transformation. Non-overlapping magisteria is not a call for division, but for harmony. It invites you to step fully into both worlds without shame, to learn with your mind and open with your heart, to build telescopes and still kneel before the stars. And this isn't new. The mystics of every tradition have long understood that truth is layered, that literal and metaphorical truths can both be real, that sacred texts speak in symbols, not formulas, that silence holds its own wisdom. Einstein himself once said, "Science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind." He saw that both are incomplete alone, that science gives you power, but soul gives you purpose, that technology can build a rocket, but only meaning can answer why we should go. In your life, you will need both. You will need the sharpness of reason and the softness of surrender. You will need to study the facts and then close your eyes and feel. You will need to ask questions that have answers and questions that only deepen. And that's the beauty of being human. You are not just a brain, not just a body. You are a field of awareness, capable of both calculation and awe. You are a bridge between the seen and the unseen, between theory and mystery, between fact and meaning. So let the scientists continue to measure the stars, let the mystics continue to sing their names, let the equations guide our ships, let the prayers guide our hearts, let the data illuminate the how, let the soul remind you of the why, because together they create a truth that neither could carry alone, and that truth is this: you are made of stardust, and you are more than stardust. You are a question that science cannot answer, and a wonder that the soul cannot contain. And in that paradox, in that quiet place where magisteria meet but never overlap, you live. Sometimes love wears a mask, not the cold mask of deception, but one far more complicated, the mask of protection. You've felt it before, perhaps in a parent who decided what was best for you without asking, perhaps in a partner who made choices on your behalf, for your own good. Or perhaps you've worn the mask yourself, stepping in to guide, to redirect, to intervene in someone else's life out of concern. It's a tangled emotion, part love, part fear, part responsibility, and at its core lies the ethical question that weak paternalism attempts to address: when is it right to take control of another person's life, even temporarily, even gently, if you believe they're not in a position to make the best decision for themselves? Weak paternalism is the idea that it may be morally permissible to interfere with a person's autonomy when that person is not fully informed, not rational in the moment, or incapable of understanding the consequences of their choices. It's the act of stepping in, not to dominate, but to protect, not to impose your will, but to prevent harm. It's taking the car keys away from a drunk friend. It's stopping someone from signing a dangerous contract they don't understand. It's convincing someone to go to therapy, or holding them during a panic attack until the storm passes. On the surface, it looks like care, and in many cases it is. But under the surface, it touches something more complicated: the question of trust, of agency, of where love ends and control begins. Because even the gentlest intervention carries an assumption that you know better, that your judgment in that moment supersedes theirs. And while that may sometimes be true, it's a slippery slope, because how do you know when you're protecting someone and when you're just projecting onto them? How do you know when you're saving them and when you're saving yourself from the discomfort of watching them struggle? This is where the ethics grow murky. Weak paternalism walks a tightrope between compassion and condescension. It assumes a temporary failure of autonomy, a momentary lapse in someone's ability to choose well, and it justifies stepping in until clarity returns. But how do you determine when someone has truly lost their agency versus simply making a choice you don't like or wouldn't make yourself? It requires deep humility, deep listening, the ability to distinguish between true incapacity and discomfort with difference, between protecting someone and protecting your own vision of what their life should be. You cannot assume that harm always looks like risk. Sometimes growth requires risk. Sometimes what looks like a mistake is the beginning of wisdom. And to interrupt that journey, even with the best intentions, may not be kindness. It may be fear dressed up as love. But let's not dismiss the value of protection either. There are moments when stepping in is necessary, when someone is spiraling, when mental illness clouds their thinking, when trauma hijacks their clarity, when they're in danger and don't see it. In those moments, weak paternalism isn't a power grab. It's a lifeline, a temporary shelter, a way to hold the weight until they can carry it themselves. The key is temporariness. Weak paternalism, by definition, assumes the person will regain their full agency, that your role is not to take over but to hold space until they return to themselves. And when that moment comes, your responsibility is to let go, to return power to where it belongs, not with you, but with them. This is especially important in relationships marked by imbalance. Parent and child, therapist and client, doctor and patient, teacher and student, the power dynamics are real. And even well-meaning intervention can reinforce harmful patterns if it's not rooted in respect. You must ask, Am I empowering this person in the long term? Or am I quietly teaching them to doubt their own judgment, to rely on me, to see themselves as incapable? In many ways, weak paternalism asks you to hold paradox, to care deeply but not control, to guide but not dictate, to support without smothering. It demands emotional intelligence, boundaries, and the willingness to be uncomfortable. Because sometimes loving someone means watching them make painful choices. Sometimes it means resisting the urge to jump in, and sometimes it means stepping in anyway, knowing you might be resented for it, but trusting that your presence is a bridge, not a cage. It also invites you to examine your own motives. Are you intervening because they truly can't choose, or because their choice threatens your comfort? Are you stepping in because it's necessary, or because you fear their independence? Are you offering wisdom, or demanding obedience? And here's the deeper truth. Autonomy is not binary. People are not always fully rational or completely irrational. We exist on a spectrum, fluctuating with emotion, circumstance, and consciousness. To support someone means recognizing those fluctuations without rushing to override them. It means asking, not assuming, offering, not enforcing, trusting that people, even when broken, are capable of healing, and that your role is not to fix them but to walk beside them, to walk further. The beauty of weak paternalism, when practiced with humility and love, is that it honors both care and freedom. It understands that autonomy doesn't mean abandonment, that independence doesn't mean isolation, that sometimes we all need someone to lean on, not forever, but long enough to stand back up. In your own life, you may find yourself on both sides of this equation. Sometimes you'll be the one who needs help, whose judgment is clouded, who can't see clearly. And sometimes you'll be the one who sees someone else stumbling toward harm. And each time, you will have to ask the same question. What does love look like here? There is no perfect answer, no formula, just presence, just intention, just the willingness to hold another human being with both strength and softness, to know when to speak and when to listen, when to intervene and when to trust, when to act and when to simply be there. Because love isn't always gentle, and control isn't always cruel, but when love becomes control, even subtly, it ceases to be love. And when intervention becomes a way of avoiding your own discomfort, it stops being service and becomes ego. So the next time you're tempted to step in, pause, breathe. Ask, am I helping or am I holding? Am I loving or managing? Am I protecting them or protecting my idea of them? And if you can answer honestly, with humility, with care, with the willingness to course correct, you may find yourself doing the hardest, holiest work of all, loving someone enough to let them fall, and loving them even more by being there when they rise. Your eyes are not windows, they are filters. Your ears don't hear everything. Your thoughts are not raw transcripts of the world, they are interpretations, stitched together by layers of biology, memory, belief, and bias. The truth is, what you see isn't what exists. It's what your mind allows you to see. And that subtle difference changes everything. You walk through life assuming that the world appears to you exactly as it is, that the colors you see are the colors that are, that the sounds you hear are true reflections of vibrations in space. But what you experience is not the world, it's a model of the world your brain constructs. Your senses take in fragments, incomplete, often distorted signals, and your brain fills in the gaps. It decides what's important, it deletes the rest. What you get is not reality itself, but a useful approximation, a narrative, a dream that feels real. Take color, for example. You think red is out there in the world, but it isn't. Red is not a property of objects, it's a sensation created by your brain when certain wavelengths of light hit your eyes. Other animals see entirely different spectra, ultraviolet, infrared, wavelengths you can't even imagine. To a bee, a flower doesn't look how it does to you. Its markings, its colors, are completely alien. So which version is true? The answer is none of them, and all of them. Because reality isn't what's out there. It's how each mind interprets what's out there. Or consider sound. You think you hear a tree fall, but the falling tree only creates vibrations in air, pressure waves. Sound only exists when those waves hit an eardrum and are translated into perception by a brain. No ears, no sound. The falling tree happens, but the crash is your brain's creation, and still you believe in the sound as if it were separate from you. Even your sense of time is a construct. You don't perceive the world in real time. There's a delay, just milliseconds, but it's enough for your brain to rearrange events, to create the illusion of a seamless now. You're always slightly behind the moment, but your brain edits the lag, presenting a smoothed-out version like a film editor trimming awkward frames. The now you cling to so tightly is itself a reconstruction, but perhaps most profoundly your perception is filtered through meaning. You don't just see things, you interpret them instantly. A face isn't just a collection of features. It's a smile, a threat, a lover, a stranger, a memory. Your mind doesn't wait, it leaps, it labels. And those labels shape how you feel, how you react, even what you believe is possible. This matters deeply, because if what you see is not what exists, but what your mind believes exists, then your entire experience of life is editable. Not the raw data of the universe, but your internal model of it. And this is both sobering and liberating. Sobering, because it means you can never know the world purely, unfiltered. Liberating, because it means you can learn to adjust the filter. Think about how often you suffer not from what's happening, but from what you believe is happening. You walk into a room and someone doesn't look at you. You assume they're upset, or judging, or dismissive, but maybe they're lost in thought. Maybe they didn't see you. Maybe they're carrying their own storm. The moment wasn't painful. The story you wrapped around it was. Or consider how your beliefs shape your experience of pain, of love, of possibility. If you believe you're unworthy, you'll filter compliments through doubt. If you believe the world is dangerous, you'll find threat in every corner. If you believe you're alone, even in a crowd, you'll feel invisible, not because it's true, but because your filter makes it so. Neuroscience calls this predictive coding. Your brain doesn't passively receive the world, it actively predicts it. It constructs reality from expectations, memories, and context. It fills in blanks before the data arrives. You don't see first and then understand. You understand in order to see. Your perception is a top-down process, guided by what you already believe. This is why two people can experience the same event and walk away with completely different stories. One sees beauty, the other sees threat. One sees coincidence, the other sees fate. One remembers kindness, the other remembers being ignored. They both lived the same reality, but their inner lens refracted the moment in wildly different ways. And this brings you to a powerful realization. If you want to change your life, you don't always have to change the world. You can begin by changing your perception of it, by becoming aware of the filter, by loosening the grip of your assumptions, by recognizing that what you see is not fixed, it's a translation, and translations can be rewritten. Spiritual traditions have long known this. In Buddhism, this filtered perception is called Maya illusion. Not that the world is fake, but that your experience of it is shaped by craving, fear, delusion. In Vedanta, the mind is seen as a projector, casting the world onto the screen of consciousness. In mystical Christianity, sin is not just moral failing, but a kind of blindness, a failure to see things as they truly are. And in all these traditions, awakening means seeing through the distortion, waking up from the dream of misperception, not to deny the world, but to meet it clearly. You can't escape the filter entirely. You are human. You will always perceive reality through the lens of your nervous system, your conditioning, your culture. But you can become aware of it. You can stop mistaking your perception for objective truth. You can question your stories. You can soften your interpretations. You can ask, what else could this mean? What am I not seeing? What belief is shaping this moment? And when you do, reality begins to open, not in the sense of magic or fantasy, but in depth, in nuance, in possibility. You stop reacting to illusions and start responding to life as it is. You listen more, you judge less, you create space for other truth to coexist with yours. This doesn't mean you abandon discernment. It means you use it wisely. It means you approach life with curiosity instead of certainty. It means you hold your views lightly, knowing they are lenses, not laws. It means you can love someone even when you don't fully understand them, because you know your understanding is incomplete. Always. So the next time you're caught in a moment of frustration or confusion or judgment, pause. Ask yourself, what am I really seeing? What part of this is raw experience and what part is interpretation? What assumptions are shaping my reality right now? Because the world you see is not the world as it is. It's the world as you are. And the more clearly you see that, the more clearly you can see everything else. You've been taught, subtly and overtly, to search for the answer. The answer to who you are, the answer to why you're here, the answer to how to live a good life, how to make the right choice, how to be certain that everything will be okay. The world loves answers. Schools test you for them. Religions promise them. Gurus hint at them. And something deep inside you, some quiet yearning, aches for that final clarity, that single revelation that will make it all make sense. But here's a deeper truth, one you may already feel in your bones. There is no final answer. And that doesn't have to be a source of despair. It can be the beginning of something far more real. Truth is not a destination, it's not a fortress you arrive at, plant a flag in and guard against challenges. It is a path, a rhythm, a river in motion. What you understand today will evolve tomorrow. What you swear by in youth may unravel in age. Even the deepest insights, those that once split you open with awe, might one day feel like stepping stones, part of the journey but never the end of it. You might resist this at first. Your mind craves certainty. Certainty feels safe. It offers control in a world that rarely offers guarantees. If you just find the right answer about love, about purpose, about death, then maybe you won't feel so lost. Maybe you can rest. Maybe the spinning will stop. But the spinning doesn't stop. And that's not because you failed. It's because life isn't a problem to solve. It's a mystery to live. And mystery does not yield to final answers. It opens, petal by petal, breath by breath, layer after layer, and each time you think you've grasped it, it slips into something deeper, subtler, more profound than words can hold. Think of the moments in your life that truly transformed you. Were they clean, logical, neatly resolved? Or were they messy, uncertain, full of paradox, falling in love, grieving a loss, letting go of an identity, meeting yourself in silence? These are not answers, they are awakenings. And awakenings don't give you conclusions, they give you a larger perspective. They don't hand you clarity in a box. They stretch your soul to hold more of life's contradiction. Truth isn't a final sentence, it's an ever-changing conversation. Even science, the most rigorous path to knowledge, understands this. Theories evolve, paradigms shift. What was once considered absolute truth is often reframed, refined, or replaced. Newton's laws gave way to Einstein's relativity, which opened the door to quantum mysteries we still don't fully understand. And yet we keep asking, keep wondering, keep expanding the frame. Spirituality is no different. The sacred texts that people cling to were not dropped from the sky in a perfect form. They were written by humans searching for meaning. Humans interpreting mystery through the lens of their time, their culture, their understanding. That doesn't make those insights false. It makes them alive, living truths that breathe through generations. But the moment you fossilize a truth, make it untouchable, unquestionable, you turn it from a living thing into a dead idol. There is a difference between reverence and rigidity. between devotion and dogma. You can love a truth deeply while still allowing it to grow. You can stand in awe of a teaching while still questioning how it fits your lived experience. You can bow to mystery without pretending you've captured it. This isn't relativism, it's humility. Humility to know that your perspective, no matter how hard won, is still a sliver of the whole. That someone else, standing in a different life with a different heart, may see something you've never considered, and be just as sincere in their seeking. That truth is not yours to own but to explore, and that's what makes it sacred. Because the search itself is holy, the willingness to stay open, to keep learning, to be changed by what you don't yet know, that is the real spiritual path. Not finding the answer, but finding the capacity to hold the unanswerable. It takes courage to live this way, to say, I don't know, not as defeat, but as invitation, to let go of the need for resolution and instead embrace the richness of uncertainty. It's not apathy, it's not indifference, it's a deeper kind of engagement, a posture of wonder. You may still long for anchors, and that's okay. There are truths that feel more solid, more enduring. Love matters, presence matters, compassion, integrity, courage. These may not be final answers, but they are guiding stars. They don't close the mystery, but they help you navigate it. They orient you not with dogma, but with direction. And as you walk this path, you'll notice something beautiful. The more you let go of needing the answer, the more life begins to reveal itself to you. Not in neat conclusions, but in glimmers, in moments of profound stillness, in sudden laughter, in tears you didn't expect, in dreams that haunt you, in the hush that falls when words run out. You'll find wisdom in poetry, not just philosophy, in silence, not just speech, in presence, not just analysis. You'll see that some truths can't be said, they can only be felt, that some questions are their own kind of prayer. And you begin to trust yourself, not as someone who knows, but as someone who listens, who senses, who feels their way through, who honors the mystery without trying to cage it. The journey becomes less about control and more about connection, less about being right and more about being real, less about arriving and more about returning, again and again, to the only place where life ever happens. Here, now, this breath, this step. So if you've been waiting for the answer, hoping it will descend like a divine equation, give yourself permission to stop. Not to give up, but to shift your posture, from seeking to savoring, from grasping to receiving. Because maybe the answer isn't something you find, maybe it's something you become. And maybe, just maybe, your willingness to live the questions, to dance with the unknown, to open your heart even in the absence of certainty, that is the answer you've been looking for all along. There's a certain kind of peace that doesn't come from having the answers. It comes from letting go of the need to have them, not out of defeat, not out of apathy, but from a deeper recognition that the world is infinitely more complex, mysterious, and interconnected than your mind alone can ever fully grasp. This is the heart of epistemic humility, the wisdom of not knowing, the quiet power of recognizing that your understanding, no matter how deep, is always partial, always evolving, always filtered through the narrow lens of your experience. You live in a culture that rewards certainty, that equates confidence with credibility, that prizes bold declarations and definitive stances. But underneath that surface lies a deeper truth. Most of what you think you know is provisional. Most of what you believe is built on assumptions, on inherited stories, on patterns that were passed down, absorbed unconsciously, or shaped by context. Your knowledge isn't just yours. It's a collaboration between your biology, your upbringing, your education, your culture, your emotions, and your moment in history. And once you begin to see that, not as a weakness, but as a reality, something softens in you. You stop needing to be right all the time. You stop needing to win every debate. You begin to ask different questions, not how do I prove this, but what am I not seeing? Not how do I defend my view, but what would I believe if I'd lived their life? This doesn't mean you abandon discernment. It means you hold your beliefs with the grace of someone who knows they're holding a map, not the territory. Epistemic humility doesn't make you passive, it makes you present. It invites you into a deeper listening, one that isn't just waiting for its turn to speak, but is truly willing to be changed. It allows you to learn without fear, to be curious without needing immediate closure, to explore without having to control. And that's no small thing, because the need for certainty is often a mask for fear. Fear of being wrong, fear of looking foolish, fear of being unanchored in a world that already feels too fast, too vast, too unpredictable. Certainty becomes a psychological crutch, a way to feel safe. But the irony is that it rarely brings real safety. It breeds defensiveness, a brittle kind of knowing that can't flex, can't bend, can't grow. True strength lies in the opposite direction, in the soft resilience of openness, in the courage to say, I don't know, and mean it not as an end, but as a beginning. I don't know is the doorway to everything real. Every insight, every transformation, every moment of awakening begins not with more facts, but with the humility to see where your limits are. Philosophy has always wrestled with this. Socrates, perhaps the wisest man of his time, famously said, I know that I know nothing, not because he lacked intelligence, but because he recognized the vastness of what lay beyond the human grasp. His wisdom wasn't in accumulation, it was in awareness. The awareness that knowledge, at its best, is a dance with the unknown. That even the deepest truths we think we hold may one day dissolve under a broader view, and this is true not just in abstract theory but in your own life. Think about how many times you've been certain of something, only to be proven wrong. How many people you misjudged, how many beliefs you once held that no longer fit, how many times your clarity turned out to be a mirage. And yet, here you are, not broken, but wiser. Not defeated, but more human. Those moments didn't weaken you, they refined you. They invited you into humility, into maturity, into a deeper kind of seeing. Epistemic humility also opens the door to empathy, because once you accept that your knowledge is limited, you begin to understand that everyone else's is too. You realize that behind every rigid opinion is a story, a fear, a longing, a wound. That most people aren't clinging to certainty because they're arrogant, but because they're scared. Because not knowing feels like drowning. Because ambiguity feels like chaos. And when you see that, you can meet people differently, not to correct them, but to connect with them, to ask better questions, to listen with more patience, to be more gentle. In the spiritual path, epistemic humility becomes even more vital. Because the sacred is not something you can define. It's not a formula to master or a doctrine to defend. It's a presence to enter, a mystery to commune with. And mystery, by definition, refuses to be pinned down. If your spirituality becomes more about answers than awe, more about certainty than surrender, you may have traded transcendence for ideology. To know God, the mystics say, is to let go of what you think God is. To step beyond the edges of your language, to meet the divine in silence, in paradox, in the spaces where the mind gives up and the heart begins to open. That's epistemic humility at its most luminous. Not ignorance, but reverence. Not absence of thought, but the spaciousness beyond thought. And it's not always comfortable, in fact it rarely is. It's easier to follow rules than to sit with not knowing. Easier to repeat what you've heard than to dive into the dark and trust what emerges. But the deeper path, the more alive path, is the one that stays open, that honors complexity, that makes room for doubt without collapsing under it. Imagine how different the world could be if more people practiced this, if politicians admitted what they didn't know, if spiritual leaders left space for uncertainty, if scientists spoke not just with brilliance but with humility, if conversations became less about scoring points and more about expanding understanding. Epistemic humility is not about giving up conviction. It's about holding conviction with grace. Knowing that today's truth may be tomorrow's stepping stone. That being open doesn't make you weak, it makes you real. That your mind is not a fortress, but a garden. And gardens grow best when they are tended with care, with curiosity, and with the willingness to pull up weeds when new light reveals them. So let go of needing to be right all the time. Let go of the fear that not knowing makes you less. Let go of the armor that certainty builds around your heart, and in its place plant questions, plant presence. Plant the quiet joy of learning, unlearning, and learning again. Because the wisdom of not knowing is not a void. It is a path lined with humility, lit by wonder, and walked by those brave enough to admit that the world and the soul are always more than we imagine. And that, in the end, may be the most important thing to know. There's a story you've told yourself your whole life, that you are a single, solid, unchanging self. A me that has moved through the years, through choices and circumstances like a consistent thread weaving through time. You refer to yourself in the singular. I did this, I want that, I am this kind of person. But pause. Look closer. Which version of you are you talking about? Is it the you who believed in magic as a child, who once sobbed when the sky turned red, convinced the world was ending? Or the you who first tasted heartbreak and thought you'd never feel whole again? Is it the version of you who once chased approval, wore masks just to be seen, only to realize how hollow that attention felt? Or is it the one you are now, reflective, searching, changed? The truth is, you've been 1,000 different people already, each one shaped by the moment, the mood, the environment, the season of your life. You were never just one person. You've been a constellation of selves. This isn't a flaw. It's not fragmentation. It's not inconsistency. It's the nature of being human. You are not a monolith. You are a mosaic. You've likely noticed how different versions of you emerge depending on who you're with. With some people, you're the leader. With others, the caretaker. Around some, you become quiet or goofy or brave. These aren't masks. They are all true, but partial. Like reflections on a moving lake, each moment brings out a new layer, a new face. You contain multitudes, as Walt Whitman once wrote, and none of them are more real than the others. They're all you just expressed through different frequencies. Over time, we are conditioned to believe we must find a single identity and stick with it. Be consistent, be definable, be authentic, even if that version of authenticity becomes a cage. But real authenticity isn't about finding one fixed self. It's about honoring the fluidity of your being. It's about allowing yourself to evolve, to contradict, to surprise even yourself. You are not just the sum of your memories. You are the awareness through which those memories pass. You are not the emotions you feel. You are the vastness that holds them. You are not just your thoughts. You are the space between them. And in that space, multiple selves emerge, exist, fade, and return. Some philosophers call this the narrative self, the story you tell about who you are. But there's also the experiential self, the part of you that just is, moment to moment, without narrative. The you that breathes without thinking, the you that feels a sunset without needing to explain it. The you that stares at the ceiling at 3 a.m., wondering who you'll become next. The narrative self clings to continuity. It wants coherence. It wants to say, I've always been this way. But the experiential self knows better. It remembers being someone entirely different 5 years ago, 5 months ago, sometimes even 5 minutes ago. And beyond that, deeper still lies a third kind of self, what some mystics call the witnessing awareness, the pure observer, the consciousness that watches it all unfold without attachment, that isn't defined by age, gender, history, or culture, that simply is, timeless, spacious, unchanging even as everything else shifts. This awareness is the thread behind the changing faces. It doesn't cling, it doesn't resist. It watches the child, the lover, the skeptic, the dreamer, the healer, the angry one, the wise one, all rise and fall like waves on an ocean. It holds them all, but it is none of them entirely. And when you tap into that deeper self, you begin to see your life differently. You stop asking it as an invitation and a wonder, a dance, because the question itself is alive, and every time you ask it, a different part of you answers. In some moments you are made of logic and discipline, in others you're made of softness and surrender. At times you are the warrior, at others the wounded, sometimes the teacher, sometimes the student, and sometimes both in the same breath. Even your past is not fixed. Each time you revisit a memory, you reshape it slightly, add new meaning, feel it through a new lens. Your story is not a static book on a shelf, it's a living text, being rewritten as you grow. And what about your future selves? The ones you haven't yet met? The versions of you that will emerge through grief, through joy, through loss, through revelation? They're already inside you, waiting to be born, waiting for the right catalyst, the right challenge, the right silence. You are not a single river. You are a delta, branching in all directions. You are the choice to leave and the one to stay. You are the voice that says yes and the one that whispers maybe. You are every fork in the road, every alternate version that echoes in dreams and déjà vu. And maybe, just maybe, you are even more than this lifetime. Maybe the multiplicity of you extends across dimensions, timelines, incarnations. Maybe there are versions of you walking other paths right now, ones you sense only in flashes, a sudden longing you can't place, a fear that doesn't make sense, a memory that doesn't seem to belong to this life. Could it be that the self is not only fractured across time but across space, across realities? And if that's true, what does it mean to be you? Perhaps it means this: you are not meant to be solved. You are not a riddle to decode or a project to complete. You are a symphony in motion. You are echoes of the infinite, refracted through the prism of your current form. So, let yourself change. Let yourself evolve. Let yourself hold contradictions without needing to resolve them. You can be both grounded and lost, both hopeful and uncertain, both wise and still learning. You can outgrow what once saved you. You can return to things you once outgrew. You can become more than one thing and still be whole. The multiplicity of self is not a problem to fix. It's a miracle to embrace. You were never just one person, and you never will be.